Big day today. I was lying. It's not a big day. Neither tomorrow.
Oh, man.
Tomorrow, Mike Brown's press conference.
Who's in here on a Monday?
Day off.
Day off.
Our day off. Damn, Kenny eats at the beginning of the show and the end of the show now. That's it. Kenny getting old.
Man, I didn't even have no breakfast today, man. Whew. I was like, I got to do something else. It's going to be a 1 o'clock break.
Hey, it happens. Do what you got to do. I'm trying to figure out what to do Thursday. I think football day. I think I made an extra smoothie, and that's what got me through the day. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Like a
because there's going to be
or something.
There's going to be like a hour and 15-minute segment.
At minimum, that'll be the length. Yeah, it'll be fun though. It'll be fun.
Good times.
Right on, Sam. Welcome. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate Deuce and Mo for sending you guys over, man. Good stuff. Yes, indeed. Happy Father's Day to you too, my brother.
Yes,
yes, ma'am. 3 more days. We waiting. What's up, Mark? I see you, baby. Christian, welcome some of these new faces, new names. Reese 37. All right. Zeke at 4.
Zeke, yeah. Right. Got that promise.
He got that promise. Kiss the Kings goodbye.
We want Zeke.
Yeah, we don't get those around here. We don't get those, but boy, there's walking contradictions all over the place. Shannon, what's happening? Mrs. Mac 10, what's good? Happy Juneteenth, David, to you as well. We appreciate you. Ramsey, what's happening, baby? I knew you being here first. Let's see what random note Ramsey has for us. Which team has a chance to avenge a bigger beatdown from Saturday? Tampa Bay Lightning or Stanford baseball? I love Ramsey. Absolutely love it.
The Lightning got their asses whooped on Saturday. That was great. I wouldn't
Ramsey, what's your street nickname? Ramsey the God? Like GAWD, because Raw Digga. I listened to, so I'm thinking of a completely different song. I listened to the MC Light track from Sunset Park, and it's not the song I was thinking of.
Keep on, keeping
that song. Now I forgot how that song started, but the song I was singing is different, and I never followed up to figure out what song it was.
It might be the
real
mid-show situation.
The way it's a right now situation.
Keep on, keeping on.
Right. Why do I know the words but don't know the song? No. God damn it! I thought it was from that.
Only the lonely die slowly.
Oh, right on, man. Good stuff. You got a day off. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. You got a day off to hang out with us, man. I appreciate it. Hey, right on, Patrick.
All right, everybody's is off today. It's great to see. It's great to see.
I'm protesting. We're here under protest.
Say it loud.
Welcome in to the Juneteenth edition, the June 20th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
Odyssey, you hear us?
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Hey, watch your mouth, woman.
Appreciate you
Shout out
so
to my
much
brother.
for being with us. We're kidding. Juneteenth, no doubt. We're celebrating. We couldn't leave you on draft week, baby.
Man.
We couldn't leave you on draft week. Shoot, you couldn't leave us on draft week. We have got way too much to talk about, and it's all speculative. And I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what you think. I don't care what your different propositions are.
No.
I don't care what Quentin Mayo says. I don't care what James Ham says. I don't care what Matt George says. Don't care what Deuce and Mo say. Don't care what Brandon Nunez wants. Don't care what Bryant West thinks. Don't care what Will Griffith or anybody at the Kings Herald wants.
Down south?
I really don't care what they want. Draft Jaden Ivey. Period. Exclamation point. End of story. Move on to the next chapter. Draft Jaden Ivey. I don't want to hear from Quentin Mayo no more. I don't want to hear from these Detroit Pistons fans who are crawling all over our YouTube videos. Don't want to hear from these Washington Wizards fans who are crawling all over our YouTube videos. Draft Jaden Ivey. Figure everything else out on Friday.
Well, okay. There's a couple things going on. First of all, what they saying? Detroit and Washington, they trying to get in these Sacramento streets.
They want these hands.
What they talking about?
Oh, they talk about these two guys. What are they smoking out there? And I just had to respond, hey, California got the good. Don't worry about what we doing out here. You stay out there. Second of all, if y'all want to move up to get Jaden Ivey at number 4, it's going to cost you. Jeremy Grant in the number 5. That's way too much. Then you can have the number 4. Be happy with Jeremy Grant, Keegan Murray, and keep it moving.
Right.
And then you
have
people chiming in about the Washington deal. These guys are crazy. I'd give up Demi and maybe Rui and the 10th pick. That's it. You think you're getting Kyle Kuzma? Fam. But be clear. We don't really want Kyle Kuzma. We'd take Kyle Kuzma. We don't really want him. Like, we'd make it work. Like, if there was an extension to be had, like, we'd make this work. But don't get this twisted. We're not pursuing you. You're not the belle of the ball here. We are. If you don't like our terms for the date, then you could leave.
Well, the other thing about that is
Trying to hear these fan bases.
we didn't even come up with the deal.
Talk
There
to
was
him.
a Washington guy that came up with the deal.
That was your people talking about, dude, that's way too. You could get Rui maybe the 10. Fam, don't even call. Who's my number?
So,
of course, I'm acting as Monte McNair right now. Lose my number.
there's a lot of things going on.
Which apparently all of the draft candidates did, but go ahead.
There's a lot of things going on right here. First of all, I think that's a little much to just be like, none of it matters. We don't care what else is going on. We're taking Jaden Ivey. I think, what this really comes down to, Damian, and I've said this for about a week or so. I just don't see Jaden Ivey the way you and others see Jaden Ivey.
Well,
I see him as a fine young ball player.
It's very unfortunate for
a
you.
Fine young prospect.
Watch more tape, Kenny.
This ain't Allen Iverson in 96. This isn't just take him at all costs. And they got people on there talking about they want to move up for Jaden Ivey. All right, make your move, Bobby Bonilla. Make your move.
But no, but I don't want Kyle Kuzma. I don't want John Collins.
Why don't you want John Collins?
I do. Let me rephrase that. I do.
Mm-hmm.
I want them in addition to the 4.
I mean, that would be cool. Like, I'm not mad at that. And look, if the Kings were to draft Jaden Ivey, I'd be excited as anybody. I love to see him in transition. I love to see the dunks.
I don't think Jaden Ivey would be excited, but we'll get to that.
That's a whole nother story. But I'd be excited for all of that. There's a level of excitement that comes with him. I think he's a fine prospect. I'm not seeing it in the same lens. I'm not where a lot of other people are yet, where they're talking about bona fide superstar, can't miss prospect, just take them and figure things out later. Like, to me personally, if the Washington deal's on the table, you absolutely take that. You absolutely take that. You're a better team immediately, and you probably could be a better team moving forward.
Okay. So what about this? What about the history of players of the ilk of Kyle Kuzma getting traded to Sac, signing?
Who are you talking about?
George Hill.
George Hill was never on Kyle Kuzma's level, and I'm not
George
even saying
Hill
like
was George Hill was a
George
good
Hill
ball
was
player.
cool when he came to Sacramento. He was not the caliber player Kyle Kuzma
when he came to Sacramento.
But the year before he got here, he was not as good as Kyle Kuzma. I ain't even saying that like Kyle Kuzma is Giannis, but no, George Hill. Next, who else?
Dwayne Dedman.
Come on, man. Come on.
Look, Marco Bellinelli. We can run through a list of players. You can laugh at caliber of players. These dudes mailing it.
Better than
These
Kyle
dudes.
Kuzma.
I didn't say they were better than Kyle Kuzma.
They weren't even as good.
They get here and mail it in.
That's
what I'm worried about.
Dwayne Dedman didn't mail it in. Dwayne Dedman just wasn't good enough.
That's facts. That's fact. He wasn't.
Marco Bellinelli was cool. He couldn't throw the ball in the ocean. I mean, that really had like that's something that
hit shots before Sacramento, hit shots after Sacramento. His issues seem to be Sacramento.
After Sacramento.
Yeah, I never thought he was that good anyways. Like that.
He couldn't throw it in the ocean when he got to
Sacramento. I'm willing to get in on.
He couldn't throw it in the ocean in Sacramento.
And here's the primary thought of it too. Like we could have had him for Schmuddy Field, and now we're talking about trading the number 4 pick.
Okay. You're trading the number 4, and once again, like we continue to say, you're not getting out of the draft. You're not getting out of the lottery. You're not getting out of the top 10.
You getting to 10? Getting to 10, right?
Getting to 10.
That's what Wizards are.
You're getting a bona fide starter in this league at the 4, a position of need, and you're moving back in the draft 6 spots. And you're probably getting somebody else.
I feel like there's more I feel like you could get Kyle Kuzma without all this.
I don't think you can.
You got to figure out a way to acquire. You need players. This organization needs players. They need to figure out how to get players while drafting. The best thing I've read all day was Monte McNair engaging with the Atlanta Hawks in a John Collins deal that doesn't involve the number 4 pick.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. But I'm not. Like I said,
didn't we say
it comes down to how we feel? Like I don't see Jaden Ivey the way.
Then fine, draft Shaedon Sharpe.
To be honest with you, if the deal is on the table and we're talking about Shaedon Sharpe, I'd still make the deal.
There isn't a player you take at 4 that'd be like, nah, I don't want to move, don't want to trade,
and the deal is on the table. The Wizards deal is on the table.
The Wizards deal. That for those Kuzma was a Demi in 10 for I think it was Rashawn, Justin Holiday in the 4.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking of Paolo. If Paolo's there, would I do it? I wouldn't want to. We asked this question when it happened. I wouldn't want to because I'd rather just take Paolo. But damn, man, like you get
Paolo there better. With the Kings on the clock, you'd consider moving.
You get better
for Washington for that.
You'd get better.
I don't even know who you are.
You'd get
How much McQueen and the Violet Fog did you have on Juneteenth?
Well, champagne in the campaign just a little bit. Did
you forget we do a show today? Were you champagning the campaigning this morning?
I thought you meant Saturday or Sunday. No, nothing yet today. Nothing yet today. But I mean, hey man, that Paolo would have me thinking. Paolo would be like, I don't know if I want to do this. Because I feel about Paolo the way others feel about Jaden Ivey. Like, I don't know.
I feel that same way about Paolo. Feel the same way.
I don't know if I want to do this for that. But for that's probably the one guy where I'm just kind of I'm hesitating for Ivy just because like there are aspects of his game that I really like and I think could be super beneficial. So it's not just like, oh, I don't care about nothing. I'm just doing it for Ivy. I'm thinking about it. But ultimately, for Jaden Ivey, I think I'm making that move. For Paolo, man,
you can't do it because you get better with Paolo immediately. Yo, dude is good. There's 2 NBA guys right now today, this second, and it's Paolo and it's Jabari.
Let me ask you.
It's not to say Chet or anybody else won't be good when the season starts. I'm talking about right now, this second, those dudes are NBA players.
Let me ask you a question. You look at this Kings roster, and this is coming from somebody that is like the only one that says the Kings are closer to the playoffs than people give them credit for. How many players do you think they need to improve
12.
and get into the playoffs?
A starter and a solid rotational player.
I laugh because you make the deal and you're getting that.
Not good enough.
And you're getting
because I don't think you're going to
get. They need more. So they need more.
No, they need different. They need different. Kyle Kuzma isn't. I'd take Kyle Kuzma for sure as a piece to this roster. He's not the player that I'd want them to go get with the 4 pick. Neither is John Collins. I see catastrophe waiting for both of those players in Sacramento. If you give up Rashawn and Harrison and whoever for either one of those two, cool. I'm good with that. Like, look, Harrison may or may not be gone anyways. Rashawn, it doesn't work. If you lose with those guys, it happens.
We're also thinking worst case scenario with these guys. Because you talk about the Marcos, you talk about the Dwayne Dedmons and guys like that. I mean, Rashawn Holmes was a free agent, came here and played better than he's ever played in his career.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You got
a free agent with something to prove. Kyle Kuzma probably looked like this is a demotion.
Well, all right. I mean, maybe, but you're just never going to go after a free agent because of that, or a trade or anything like that.
No, there are certain ones that I because remember, this is all contingent on him being back here for more years.
John Collins could look at it as a demotion too.
Well, John Collins got 4 more years or 3 more years. So unless he's willing to crap away his NBA career, then that's his business.
He paid. Cool's trying to get another contract. Collins is locked up and paid.
Yeah, but you can't acquire Kuzma without having that other contract in place. I'm fine running the risk on Domantas Sabonis. I'm fine with that. Like, I'm not running a risk on Kyle Kuzma.
It's another one, by the way. Domantas was acquired by the Kings and played well.
2.5 years on his contract.
No, I'm just saying he came here, he played well. He wasn't Marco. He wasn't Dwayne Dedmon.
All right, that's fine. We'll continue to argue about this. We're getting nowhere. We got 3 more days of this, by the way. 3 more days. We'll come back. We'll dive into some of the different things that we learned from The Athletic, from Yahoo, and from James Ham, who, of course, will be with us in the 3 o'clock hour here. We appreciate you for being with us. We're just getting started. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. No, it is not, because, well, yeah, I guess you could still do that. I think there are some factors like involving the hard cap that would make things a little bit difficult for the Kings to like actually execute that, because he's going to be a free agent no matter what. But I'm sure it could be done. I just think that's probably the most complicated of all the scenarios.
Yeah. Because you're getting the 10 and the starter.
Shoot, I'm down to try to find a deal for the Demi kid. Like, try to figure that out. Like, I'm fine with that. I don't know. Maybe there's someone they really like at number 10. I don't know. I do the Brogdon deal.
The thing that worries me about Brogdon is he don't play. He's always hurt. I don't know how I feel about that.
See,
who will name the players?
3?
Grant who?
Jeremy Grant.
Oh, Jeremy Grant.
Brant Brogdon. I feel like no. Is it Grant? I'm leaning towards Kuzma
I was
being
leaning
third.
towards Grant. I was leaning towards Grant.
Yeah. So Grant, I would go Brant, Brogdon, Kuzma. Oh, where'd you go?
I feel like I'll be sleeping on Kuz, man.
See, Steven, I think we'd only get one of those two guys. Not both.
Yeah. Now I'd sound like a Wizards fan. They're like, are you out of your mind, Steve? That'd be great if we could. I just don't see it. Let me see something.
Boy, they be watching that James Ham show on YouTube, man.
Let me see.
That's funny.
Hogan Brogdon is a good ball player.
But my man got a Steve Kerr, Stone Cold Steve Austin shirt on. Oh, pragmatic. That's a great find. That's a great find. Oh man, you're just gonna be arguing for 3 days.
Guess what I did for my Father's Day?
Painted something, built something, chainsawed something down.
Close. Whatever Reese wanted to do. That's what I did.
Oh, that's good.
I had a good time.
That's good.
We went and saw Buzz Lightyear. It was actually a good movie. It was like I wasn't expecting it to be bad, but we got there. We saw like a morning show. And I was like, yeah, give me a couple Z's during this joint, maybe about 20 minutes or so. And I closed my eyes and I was listening, and I was like, all right, I hear what they talking about.
ESPN 1320, the Odyssey app, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We're on Facebook Live as well. D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We will be live for 8 hours coming up on Thursday, 12 to 8 o'clock. We will be with you covering the Sacramento Kings, covering the NBA draft. It is a tradition unlike any other. We will continue to do these 8-hour draft day shows until the Kings are no longer in the lottery. So our third NBA marathon show will be coming up this Thursday, 12 to 8. Make sure,
unlike any other.
Indeed, it is. Started the show by saying you should draft Jaden Ivey. Shut up. Keep it moving. We're talking too much. We're overthinking this. We're worried about things we shouldn't be concerned about. Of course, you're the guy who says the Kings are closer than people give them credit for. And you're like, no. We need some additions now. We revisited the Kyle Kuzma Washington Wizards deal that was presented to us by Quentin Mayo last week. There's various proposals that James Ham has thrown out there involving Malcolm Brogdon. Apparently, Malcolm Brogdon, very popular in this upcoming draft, as is John Collins. There was a report in The Athletic, I think it was today, that said, here it is. McNair has engaged in conversations around Hawks forward John Collins among a slew of other established, productive players in the market, but there has been no involvement of the number 4 pick in the discussion centered on Collins. And this is an interesting line I'm sure that everybody caught. And McNair will ultimately make the decision on the pick, according to sources. For those that remember last week, Vivek Ranadive is really high on Keegan Murray. Well, you have this line in The Athletic. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that Monte McNair is high on Jaden Ivey. Doesn't mean he's high on Keegan Murray. We never know what Monte McNair is thinking, and that's absolutely not a bad thing. There are some bad things that are happening, at least in my opinion, as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings, which we'll get to here in just a minute. But I think there's another note here. McNair has engaged in conversations around Hawks forward John Collins, among a slew of other established productive players in the market. Monty's out there trying to work. Another interesting note, but there was no involvement of the number 4 pick in the discussion centered on Collins. It didn't say about the slew of other productive players that he's inquiring about. It just specifically pointed out the deal or the conversation, at least, centered around John Collins. So I don't know what the Kings have to offer in that conversation. I don't know what the Kings have to offer in most of these number 4, in most of these picks that don't or most of these trades that don't involve the number 4 pick. But I guess it's their bag of expiring contracts.
I guess that would be the case. And that's what makes me think, like, if you're going to make a trade for Collins or anybody else, I feel like it would have to include the 4. Collins maybe.
Well, remember Atlanta's initiative. Remember, like, we talked about that when Atlanta went fishing.
Yeah.
They've got to shed salary.
And maybe the Collins one you wouldn't have to include the 4 because you'd be taking so much money back in that situation. But
I think it goes back to your original line with John Collins, the one we talked about after the season. Hey, we're helping you. You don't get the 4 pick. What you mean? No. I'm sorry. You've misunderstood the tone of this conversation. We're here to help you. You need expiring contracts. We've got a bunch of them. We need a power forward. You've got one that you don't want. Well, as Michael Scott would say, win, win, win. You don't get the reference. You will one day in a couple years.
One of these days, man. One of these days. I'm still, I'm trying to get caught up on P-Valley first. You know what I mean?
Okay, don't Google that, folks.
It's a fine show,
especially if you're at work. Yeah, it's fine. But P-Valley means something. So just don't Google it. That's all I'm saying.
But the thing with that is, if I'm Atlanta, somebody could help me out and give me a better deal, because they can take on some of the money I have, and maybe they can offer up somebody better than Harrison Barnes and Rashawn Holmes. Maybe they can't, and you're able to just do it without the 4. I'm not saying you have to, but the Kings don't really. They got Harrison and Rashawn, and then I think Dusamo was brought up a good point. Rashawn might be a little tougher too, because it's not just the $10 million. He's got the trade the trade kicker. So, you're dealing with a little more money than you probably realize when trying to get somebody to take on his contract. So, I don't know. The 4
pretty amazing, by the way. We've never really harped on that. That's pretty amazing. Rashawn Holmes got a trade kicker. Yeah. Those aren't in every deal,
right?
At all. Like, Rashawn Holmes got a trade kicker. That's like Carmelo had one. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a super regular thing that you throw into contracts. It's like, whoa, all right, Rashawn, we do. I mean, I guess we see you, but man,
yeah. So that's going to be an interesting thing that plays out. See if they're able to move him with that, because I forgot about that. But yeah, that's a factor. That's absolutely a factor. So you really in that respect, when you talk about the Hawks, yeah, we're doing them a favor or whatever the case may be. But the only thing they would even remotely want would probably be Harrison Barnes. They wouldn't want Rashawn Holmes.
Yeah, but it's also like, are you trying to get better, or are you trying to shed salary? Because, I mean, like, you could attempt to do both if you want to. Like, you can certainly attempt to do both, but at some point, you're going to lose the play. Like, you're going to, if you believe these players are making you better, you're going to lose them, or you're going to re-sign them, which is going to put you back in the situation that you're in now. Unless you believe you're acquiring a potential direction-changing player.
Right. Well, you're trying to shed salary, but Harrison is expiring, Rashawn doesn't help you with that at all. And
No.
he's not making you it's not a knock on him, but you have people already established in the position that he plays.
Yeah, there's rumors they want to get rid of both of them.
Well, the rookie, I don't
Which
think they
that
wanna get rid of the
confused.
rookie. A Kongu,
Well, no, but
Clint Capella.
Clint Capella and John Collins both.
Oh, that's what you mean, both of them.
Yeah. Sorry.
I don't know, man.
Whereas if you're getting rid of both of them, the 10 million for the next, or 10 per. Well, I actually think it comes out to like 13 and a half per for the next 3 years. Maybe that's more digestible.
Yeah.
Certainly when you compare it to what John Collins has, it is.
I look at that situation, and here's the deal with that 4 pick, in my opinion. And maybe this is as good as time as any to get into some of the things that Jaden Ivey had to say here. Matter of fact, we could start with that. If you got that in front of you, you can talk about Jaden Ivey and some of the things he had to say on a conference call today.
So I'm going to read directly from James Ham's Twitter account. Jaden Ivey says, if I got drafted there, it wouldn't be the worst option. I'm not the GM who picks the guys, so I'm kind of just trying to enjoy the process, and whatever happens on draft night, I'm just going to stick with it. That's Jaden Ivey on the potential to be drafted by the Sacramento Kings. Jaden Ivey also said he's had no contact with the Kings through the draft process. Monte McNair and Vivek Ranadive were both at his pro day, but it sounds like they didn't meet with him there or at the combine. Ivey said Ivey said he didn't intentionally avoid the Kings, but quote, it just sort of happened. Or it just happened. Some of y'all will get that, some of y'all won't, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Not the worst option.
I mean,
that's what Jazz said when Kenny's not the worst option.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Look, y'all lived happily ever after.
That's it. That's exactly what came out of her mouth when some of that came about. Thinking about being with Kenny Caraway, but it's like, how do I put it? It's like I feel the Kings aren't sold on Keegan Murray, or excuse me, on Jaden Ivey, and Jaden Ivey ain't sold on the Kings.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really think they like each other too much, not in a disdain type of way. They're just not attracted to each other. Like, or maybe in the Kings case, they look at Ivy and they're like, it's attractive. It's attractive. The guy looking at her, it's a pretty woman. Like, I'm not blind. It's a pretty woman. I just don't know if I'd want to be with her. I can see why somebody else might want to be with her. I don't know why. I don't think she's right for me. And Jaden Ivey is like, I wasn't trying to get with you anyway.
Or Jaden Ivey came first, like, man, I ain't trying to see you. You are not my type.
Well,
and the Kings are, you're not our type either.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say things that I don't condone either, but you saw plenty of times probably at Ricky's, guy try and talk to the girl, says, no, I'm not interested. And then the guy says what he says.
Yeah.
And we don't need to go that
No,
hard.
we don't, but we know how it goes. Yes, I saw it. And I love that you reference Ricky's because, that's exactly where I saw it.
That's the place where it will go down.
You didn't see that at Avalon, but that upper floor at 815 L Street, boy, you saw it. What's the pulse like for Kings fans with this, though? Given these quotes from Jaden Ivey, which came out today, how are Kings fans feeling about that?
I don't think they care. I think they kind of chuckle at it.
Okay.
I don't think they care. And I don't think the Kings fans should care. I don't think the Sacramento Kings should really care. Like, if they this shouldn't sway what they would do with Jaden Ivey one way or the other. If
Mm-hmm.
they're already like, hey, we're going to take this guy, him, being kind of nonchalant, non-committal about, or less than excited to the prospects of playing here, that shouldn't affect what they would do. Like, you're going to draft them. You know what I mean? Like that, it shouldn't play a factor at all, in my opinion. And I don't think it does.
If I got drafted there, it wouldn't be the worst option. Follow-up question, Jaden. What would be the worst option? Because clearly, if Sacramento's not the worst, there's got to be a worst. What would be the worst option for you? Oh, man, what an answer.
Him saying that reminds me of a deep, fabulous cut from one of the soul tapes. Might be one of the soul tapes. But he's got the song Situationships. And there's just a line where it goes, he said, what did he say? He goes, the situation, it ain't the best, but it ain't the worst. That's what Jaden Ivey, that's what this reminds me of with Jaden Ivey. Yeah, going to Sacramento, this ain't the best, but it ain't the worst.
Okay, that is a deep cut. So I'll quote an Usher song that more people know. Situations in our lives will arise, but you got to be smart about it. So that's where we are with Jaden Ivey in Sacramento. Apparently, we've got a situation here. A situation has arisen in our lives, and we've got to be smart about it. But what's smart? That's the problem. Is it? Oh, it's cool. You're the best player available. We're drafting you.
Mm-hmm.
Or, as I think you kind of were just hinting at right there, maybe the Kings don't think he's the best player available. Maybe they think it's Keegan Murray. Maybe they think it's Shaedon Sharpe. Maybe they think it's someone else.
I said the other day with that Woj, liner that came out, or that hit
The
that
report
came out,
before the
I
finals.
think that was Thursday. The Kings, they're not that interested in Jaden Ivey. They talk about this a 4-player draft. That's to keep the trade value up. They're just not that interested in him for whatever reasons. I don't know what it is, if it's fit or they just don't think he's a game changer for what they're trying to do right now. I don't know. I don't know what the reason is, but I don't think they're interested in Jaden. Now, with that being said, I think if need be, they'd make the pick. I think if they felt like we're at 4, none of these offers that we're getting are good enough, and we're looking here at the board or whatever the case may be, and Jaden Ivey's there, they're like, oh, we'll pick them and figure it out later. But I don't think they're blown away by Jaden Ivey. I don't think the Kings feel like, oh man, it's Jaden Ivey or bust, or like this is our guy. They don't feel the way the Vlade and that front office felt when Fox was potentially available at 5. It's like, you can't get us off of taking Fox right now.
Okay. I feel like that could potentially be a deeper conversation, but we'll leave it because it's going to feel like I'm crapping on De'Aaron Fox. I'm not going to do that. Putting the steel chair away. I'm going to stay a babyface. I'm going to stay a babyface, and I'm going to ask you to elaborate a little bit.
Okay.
Why do you think? So is it primarily Woj's report that makes you think that the Kings aren't high on Jaden Ivey, that they're upping his value by talking about the 4-player draft, because we're assuming that line came from them, and Adrian Wojnarowski didn't freestyle it?
That has a lot to do with it.
Okay.
And you talk to James Ham, and he's talked on here. He'll be on here later on today. And there's nothing that makes me feel like they're committed wholeheartedly to taking Jaden Ivey. Like, if they have to take him, it's cool. Like, we'll take him, and he's a good ball player, and we'll try to develop him and see what we have. But I'll put it to you like this: they got a good enough offer, they wouldn't think twice about Jaden Ivey. And that doesn't mean they don't think he's a good ball player. I think they feel like if they can improve the team right now today, they'd move on from him. And I don't know if they would do that if they were the number 2 pick. Right? Maybe the price would go up significantly if they were the number 2 pick for what they'd be asking, and you'd be getting, an all-star caliber player or something like that. But I think if they got a good enough, they don't think they have to be blown away by it, but they got a good enough trade offer, they'd make that deal in a heartbeat.
Okay. Let's stop trying to guess what you think and talk to you about what you think. 916-349-1320. Let's talk to our man Javier. I'm sure he's got a trade proposal or two up his sleeve. What's good, buddy?
How you guys doing today?
We good, Javier. What's going on with you, bro?
All right. So just wanted to think like the macro. So would you guys, because, the Bradley Beal are just trying to find a way to keep
Not
the
happening.
top 5. Huh?
There's no way Bradley Beal is happening.
No. What I'm saying is we're trying to acquire a star, but also keep a pick in the top 5, top 6. Would you be willing to swap with Detroit, go to 5, draft Murray, and acquire Grant, go to 4? And you think there's any way, if for whatever reason we're at 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the team after us, the Indiana Pacers call and say, hey, we want to swap to go up to 5. I don't know, for whatever reason, would you be like, draft Murray there with Grant? Because I think Grant obviously can play the 4 and the 3.
Mm-hmm.
Or do you possibly think there's a chance like we trade the 5th and maybe a future 1st or 2nd and go down one spot and get Brogdon and the 6th because they want somebody, you know what I mean? Just because we have Harrison, Jeremy Grant. I'm just trying to see how we can get 2 starters out of 1 pick.
Yeah. No, I got you. You're from the James Ham school of thinking here. Like that's what James talks about pretty regularly too. That feels like some Kevin Costner draft day stuff to me. That's not really realistic. Yeah. I don't like. I don't hate the idea because I think Jeremy Grant's a good ball player. I think I know some aren't very high on Malcolm Brogdon. I like Malcolm Brogdon a lot. I understand the concerns with him. That's a lot of money coming back.
Mm-hmm.
A lot.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't feel realistic to me.
Right.
I like it. It doesn't feel realistic to me because I can't figure out why Indiana would want to move up. Like if we're really talking about a 4-person draft, whether that's real or imaginative or not, you're trying to move up to get that 4th player. Why would Indiana want to move up to 5 then?
Because maybe they think Keegan Murray is the best player left.
But don't you run the... Yeah, okay. You John Lynch the joint then. You convince them you're going to take a player that you don't really need to take. Because you probably don't need to take Keegan Murray in that situation. Unless Keegan Murray is also... Yeah. You want Keegan Murray and Jeremy Grant?
No, that's true too.
I mean, unless you're really banking on... I mean, and that pretty much solidifies Harrison Barnes is gone, right?
Yeah.
Because okay.
Because that's good.
And maybe that
you could be looking at it as we get Keegan Murray and Jeremy Grant to play the 3 and the 4.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that position anymore, and you now have I'd argue Harrison Barnes' trade value goes down massively in that moment. But again, so many Kings fans in past years have been on figure it out later. Well, maybe that's a situation where you figure it out later.
Yeah, I mean, like Javier, I don't dislike what he's saying and what he's getting at. Much like you, I just don't think that would happen. I don't see that happening. But I mean, what he's saying isn't a bad idea by any means.
No, I get it. I get trying to maximize this 4th pick as much as possible. Mm-hmm. Let's get to our man Aaron here. 916-349-1320. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, Aaron. How you doing, man?
Good. Hey, I appreciate you guys taking my call.
Yes,
hey,
sir.
Hey, D-Lo, man. I just wanted to tell you, man, McNair doesn't have an extension right now, man. You are the leading candidate to be the next GM. You are the only one talking right now, man. I'm feeling you right now, man. I'm really feeling you right now.
Talk to him, Aaron. We know what it is.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now, let me throw a couple names out there, then I'll hang up and listen to you guys. I know Bill's out the question. What do you guys think about Porzingis? And as far as Brogdon goes, is he too much damage goods? And I'll hang up now and listen to you guys.
Appreciate you, Aaron. I don't know why Aaron says it's me, but damn it, it's me. On Juneteenth of all days, Aaron, I see you.
Well, it's because you want Ivy. And you're saying get Ivy at all costs.
I'm good. Good to know. Aaron reports that I'm the leading candidate to replace Monte McNair. That's great news for all involved. Sources.
Reports.
Who are the reports from? Aaron. He said it here on the radio, like he's the source. Porzingis. Again, we could. His name is going to come up for 3 more days. I like Malcolm Brogdon. I get everyone's concern with him. Mm-hmm. I get there are people that don't like him. I get people that think he's too expensive. You talk about his availability. I really like Malcolm Brogdon.
I like him too. I just don't. His availability is the thing that scares me off from giving up a whole lot to get him. But I like him. I mean, if they were able to add him and have him starting at that 2 guard spot, that'd be a good look. Is
there any level, because they are coming up a lot, is there any level of like uncomfortableness of potentially doing a second deal with Indiana? Because I look at Indiana's team and I don't think they're like that bad. Like even with Turner, I feel like the Lakers are going to find some way to get Buddy Hield on their team this offseason. I don't know what that's going to look like for the Pacers in return, but you work a deal with them that lands them the draft pick that they want. I don't know. It's any level of like, hey, maybe we're doing a little too much with Indiana here, given how polarizing that Tyrese deal was.
Yeah, there's certainly a level of that where you think about that, where you're like, man, these guys, they picking on us here? Are they trying to swindle us here every time? Do they look like they got a mark here? Is that
and Lord knows what the coverage will be like when they're good and we're not.
And that's the whole thing. I don't know if you got to worry about that for too long.
Okay.
Because I don't think the Pacers aren't making the playoffs. They may look at the Sacramento and say the same thing.
I don't think
they
so.
Make the playoffs. But the Pacers ain't making the playoffs for a couple of years.
Okay. I mean, I heard Tyrese amounts to winning. Kamaro's on the line. There's no way we can get to him in like under a minute. So hang on, fam. Pablo, we see you. We'll get to you. You want to get in on these phone lines, man? We've got 3 days to talk about this. 916-349-1320. What am I talking about? We got 4 days to talk about this. We're going to be with you 12 to 8 on Thursday. You can make sure we're with us. We'll come back. We'll talk a lot more. We'll continue to take your calls here on ESPN 1320. Oh, nice. Good for you. What 4 players, though? Oh, jeez. Lord. I wanna hear.
Did you expect to go then? Did you have an inkling of where you might be chosen?
Yeah, I didn't expect it, but like I said before, man, I'm blessed to be here and to be a professional.
That's Davion talking about the Kings. And that hasn't worked out, right? Like Davion hates it here, or no? Oh,
I don't think so.
I don't remember. It's King's Herald question.
I think if Jaden Ivey got here to Sacramento, much like everybody else, he'd love it here. He'd be just fine with being in Sacramento. So I don't think that'd be an issue at all. Oh man.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
Pompo the Guru. Where you from, bro? I ain't never heard of you.
What do you say?
I usually ask people that. I'm just asking. Like I ain't saying it like in an aggressive way. Just when I see a new name, I'm like, oh, where you come from?
Or tweets like this. Or I always call them tweets.
Yeah, he was saying that earlier. Johnny Flynn, next Jaden Ivey. First of all, Johnny Flynn was actually a good ball player, man. He had injuries. He had injuries, and that derailed him a little bit. Plus, you're taking around Steph Curry, so it was all bad. But Johnny Flynn.
Johnny Flynn, indeed.
It's a really good movie. It's a really good movie.
That video Cole tagged us in where the nation was beating up. Oh, man. I laughed so hard for that. That was funny. That was spectacular. That is great use of the internet.
No new friends. My Father's Day was really good, man. Really good. Like I said, I got to see Buzz Lightyear. I got some breakfast, lunch. It was cool.
Is Bonte covering the parade for
I would think so.
NBC? Clay just a regular dude. He out there like walking the parade with the trophy in his hand. Oh no, he's not. Come on, 95-7 the game. I thought he was he on the parade route, but I thought he was out with the people.
Oh, he's
not out with the people. He's still protected. As he should be. He's still protected. I think Clay's going to be better next year. I don't think he's done yet. Nah, we'll get to where'd you go, Rob? We'll get to the Kyrie stuff. We'll get to like all that. Okay. Oh, let's go. That feels like something GP2 would do. That feels something like GP1 would do. Hey, push the brand, man. Do what you got to do. Push the brand. You got to. I am not mad about pushing your brand.
You got to take advantage of that opportunity. That's Mando.
You just do what you got to do. Like, I want to open one of these on draft night, but I'm afraid it'll look crazy. Like, oh, D-Lo celebrating the pick. No, I just wanted some champagne. It's
you control the narrative. You could say right there, hey, man, just.
Because the media be spinning stuff. That's why.
True.
Media be spinning. And I know how you are.
What I do?
Well, I'll just say, like, if I pop some champagne, if I pop some Luke Belaire, you would say, oh, you was out here celebrating the Keegan Murray pick the game after Keegan goes like 0-0.
Come on, man. You ain't gonna put him no Draymond on the lines.
Leave Draymond alone, man. That man at his parade pushing his tequila. Like, let that man live.
Champion. He's a champion. They can't take that away from him. Champions. That's what we are. Shep. They can't erase who we were, Shep. That's gonna be Draymond. He's gonna be flipped. Draymond gonna be flipped.
Good luck leaving him off the top 100 list if he's flipped.
They can't erase who we were, man. Champions.
916-349-1320. Let's get to our man, Kamara. Kamara, what's good, baby?
What's going on, man? Hey, you know who's popping Belaire? You know who's popping Belaire right now?
Who's that?
Drake.
Oh, yeah, Drake's part of the family.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Drizzy.
Yeah, Drake's part of the family.
I'm gonna tell you guys real quick, Kamara, you might appreciate this. I don't know, but man, y'all kind of sleeping on that new Drake, man. I ain't saying it's a classic like some people are, but that new Drake. Drake go a little harder than people realize, man. I kind of like it.
Listen. I have my opinion on the Drake album, bro. Is it like I actually don't hate it. It's not for me.
Yeah, it's not the worst option.
No. Okay, I'm not. That's not an Ivy. That's not an Ivy quote. But like, you know what it was for me? Like I looked at it as when people travel outside the country a lot, you get to see a lot of different things, a lot of different experiences. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of times Americans, when we our consumerism with entertainment, it's very centered on us and our experiences. But Drake, got to understand, he's traveled around the world like 1,000 times over, had 1,000 times different experiences. Toronto is a multicultural place.
That's how they get down in Toronto right there. That's how they get down.
This is why we can't take Kamara before the commercial break, because he wants to give us a 20-minute dissertation on Drake's new album.
But I'm just saying, at the end of the day, like, I don't think it's anything. If he didn't make an album for, vibes and hookah, it's okay because he's got 12, 13 years of giving you types of music. If you want an artist to go outside the spectrum and do something that represents his prism of experiences, I think that's okay. And I think people have kind of given him too much flack. And I don't think it's a bad album. It's an oomph album. It's okay. But
it's solid.
Either way.
It's solid. It's just not a hip-hop album, so don't think about it in that prism, but it's solid. I don't have no problem with
it. EDM.
This is not what you called for.
That's not what we've been texting. That's not what we've been texting. How is it crazy that like 3 days before the draft and we don't even know who's going to be the consensus number one because there's not a consensus number one that's just picked. And all dominoes fall based off of what Orlando does. Like, and it affects how the trajectory of Sacramento's future. Isn't that like insane to say? Because even Orlando, even a couple hours ago, the president. But the presidency is saying like, we're still evaluating how we're going to, what we're going to do with this pick, which is fascinating, especially in considering like you look at what Chet's comments and everything like that. You saw recently in looking at can he play next to Sabonis and being in the Sacramento Kings organization. I know I'm an Ivy guy. I know Damian. I don't know if you've said it publicly who you are.
Yeah, yeah. I started the show with that. I'm a Jaden Ivey pick.
Okay,
unless you can move up. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you, Casey?
KC hates all of this. He wants Kyle Kuzma.
You want Bill?
See how quickly things get spun.
Look, I'm of the belief that if they take Jaden Ivey, I'll be cool with that. Honestly, like at its core, like I think Shaedon Sharpe is going to be the one. You know what I mean? Has more potential than any of them, but I don't think they're going to pick Shaedon Sharpe at 4. So when you just talk about 4, if I had my choice, I'd trade for an established starter, a role player, and a pick swap. That's what I would do.
The Washington Wizards actually, the fan base, if you look at their the fan boards, they want that 4 pick, and they wouldn't mind giving up a Beal and a Kuzma in the 10.
No, they ain't giving up Beal. No. I think you misspoke. They're not giving up Bradley Beal.
I'm talking about fans.
Oh, fans are idiots. They're not. No.
I know that. I know fans are idiots. I'm just saying that, when you talk to, I have friends who are, I'm not going to get into that. Yes, when you talk to people who are, part of that organization or closely aligned with the organization, the thought process of Beal being not part of the organization is not as sour as some may think, because they understand that they have to move in a direction.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm trying to like talk without like, giving away things that I've been told.
No, I got you. I got you. I appreciate you, Kamara, as always. He is firmly in the camp of Jaden Ivey, but yeah, there's no deal to be executed with Bradley Beal, because if there is, Bradley Beal just won't sign.
And you can't, whatever deal that you make, whether it's Bradley Beal, you talk about Kuzma, you can't do it without multiple years on a contract, whether that's an extension, an agreement, whatever the case may be. You got to make sure whoever you trade for is here for the next few years.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Let's get our brother Pablo here real quick. Pablo, what's happening?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
Good, man. How you doing, Pablo?
I'm doing great, doing really great. In fact, you know me, I'm coming in with some lighthearted stuff for y'all, and a little trivia question.
Okay.
It's not really that fair of a question because before your time. But the question is, Sidney Poitier starred in a romantic comedy with Abby Lincoln in 1968. Name that movie.
Guess who's coming to dinner?
That's a good guess.
I'm-
Casey, you got a guess?
I don't have a guess.
All right, y'all ready for this? For Love of Ivy. I was going to hit you with that one.
Hey, that's
I
a
see
good
you,
call,
David.
Pablo.
Check it out.
I see you working.
I'm trying to love Ivy, man. I'm trying to love him, but I think that we're going to be in the top 3, so it ain't even going to be a thing.
Okay,
You think
okay.
they
They
moving out? You
true.
think they
Pablo,
moving
Pablo,
out?
I rock with you,
Everybody
man.
is
I rock with you,
That was a
Pablo.
good
That's
call.
good
That was
stuff
a good
right
call.
there.
I like that.
I was like, yeah, I'm all good with the lighthearted stuff. What do we got here? No, that's solid. I like that. I ran this on the live stream during the commercial break. Shout out to the homie Tony Zip Terrace. This was on his feed just about a year ago.
Did you expect to go then? Did you have an inkling of where you might be chosen?
Yeah, I didn't expect it, but yeah, like I said before, man, I'm blessed to be here and to be a professional.
That's Davion Mitchell immediately after being drafted by the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah. I mean,
just one that in fact, that was 11 months ago.
Hearing that Ivy doesn't seem thrilled about coming to Sacramento, or his agents, are trying to position to get him out. I mean, that doesn't really bother me. I'm a big believer of when these players get to Sacramento, whether it's a rookie, whether it's a free agent, in a trade, whatever the case may be, they'll love it here. So just getting them here is the thing. Like, if you want them, get him here, and his feelings will change. So I don't think that Ivy's crazy about coming to Sacramento. I'm pretty sure his agents absolutely don't want him to come to Sacramento.
Yeah, I was under the impression that this was a Vlade problem. How has it, meaning relationships with agents?
Mm-hmm.
How has this apparently become a Sacramento Kings problem?
Mm-hmm. They don't have the right people in there right now fostering relationships with agents.
Could be remnants of the Dante DiVincenzo stuff.
Could be. It could be. Absolutely could be.
If Dante's team is frustrated because they feel that the Sacramento Kings sabotaged Dante's opportunity to hit that I don't remember if it was starting games or minutes or what it was, criteria that would have changed his salary.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that stuff will make the rounds.
And I knew it was coming. Brian Cruz, our guy, he said, because it's a Vivek problem. Well, we'll talk specifically about this Dante thing. The first thing I'll say is this has nothing to do with Vivek. Like, this is, from everything we've heard, he's not making this call to kind of sour this relationship. The reason why I'll hesitate saying it has nothing to do with Vivek is because he owns the team. So in a certain sense, everything has to do with Vivek. Like, if he got wind of what other people were doing in this whole situation, he has the authority to pull them in and be like, yo, why are you doing this? Cut it out. But at the same time, he's letting the basketball people do basketball things. So, but that Dante situation, yeah, that ain't got nothing to do with Vivek.
No, it doesn't. It has absolutely.
Yeah,
it has absolutely nothing to do with Vivek. It's a fair question, by the way, because now it feels like it's transferring front offices. I get Brian Cruz's question because I think it's fair, because what's the common factor here? Is like, if Vlade had poor relationships with agents, why does Monte McNair have poor relationships with agents? Maybe Monte McNair doesn't. Maybe Wes Wilcox does. Maybe the collective of them do. Maybe the Sacramento Kings really did trade the greatest player of all time, and all of the agents are looking like, can you believe what they did with Tyrese Halliburton? Could be that there were reports that they're going to build around De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton moving forward, and until they weren't.
And I swear, like I said, because I love Tyrese, man, I really do. I'm not just saying that just to say it, but the outrage behind that is just, I don't get it. Even if it is like a CAA thing, and they're saw what they did to Tyrese. What are they traded him? They traded him for a guy that is arguably better. At the very least, right now, he's a better ball player. and they look to improve their team. So what? Like, so what?
It could also be, it could be, you're the Sacramento Kings. How dare you trade my client? Could be that.
It could be
that wholly, like, it's not like it's the Miami Heat trading somebody or the Los Angeles Lakers or Boston Celtics or the Golden State Warriors. It's the Sacramento Kings. You traded my client. The best thing that's ever happened to you. You traded my client. Could be that. And then Kings Next Level asked Tyrese and Jaden have the same agents, right? They don't have this. I don't think they have the same agent. They have the same agency, which I guess if you wanted to argue that was the same thing. I think they have different agents, but I believe they're both with CAA. I don't know.
The thing that I would tell Monty and all these other guys, man, is you can't be, and I don't think they are. They don't need this pep talk or anything like that. Can't be scared off by any of that. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like
I agree.
If a guy says he doesn't want to be here, or the agency's trying to intimidate you into not drafting somebody or taking somebody in a trade, then you kind of look past that and keep it moving.
This from Sean Cunningham yesterday. According to sources, draft prospect Dyson Daniels had planned to visit with the Sacramento Kings. Had planned to visit with the Kings in Sacramento just days ago, but eventually canceled as the draft approaches, as he is invited to the green room in Brooklyn. So Dyson Daniels was supposed to be here, and then he canceled. There are very few top prospects that you can circle and say specifically they have worked out for the Sacramento Kings. It's really hard to envision that not being an issue. I'm not talking about an issue in what Monte McNair does on Thursday. I'm talking about just an overall organizational issue. This feels like a problem that whether the Sacramento Kings get the player that they want to on Thursday or the deal that they want to on Thursday or in the days that follow, that's an issue they're going to have to figure out a way to address. It's not like you can have poor relationships with agents in this league.
Right.
You can't. And I don't imagine that the draft prospects all got together on their own without their agents involved going, no, we're just not going to Sacramento.
Right.
There's a strategy behind all of this. And with the Sacramento Kings having the number 4 pick, the fact that so many top prospects have willingly not worked out with them is very concerning to me. Long-term concerning.
And it goes to what you just mentioned and what we've been talking about. I mean, these guys just don't have a good relationship with these agents, and they've got to find a, like you just mentioned, they got to find a way to fix that and find out what's going on here, what is the issue, and how to rectify it.
Yeah. 916-349-1320. Let's get our brother TC in here. TC, what's happening?
Hey, my two brothers. What's poppin'?
What's up, TC?
Hey, yeah, just making it real quick. So, like, we have a no tolerance Washington State week, but as a fan base, we all looking like a no tolerance for people who don't want to be in Sacramento. We want to get him out and say, if you don't want to be here. So it's like with Ivey. If Ivey is saying that he doesn't want to be here, bro, we shouldn't even draft the guy. Let's stay away from him. Everybody's like, draft him. But if he's saying he doesn't want to be in Sacramento, why would we force that relationship, bro? And to be honest, I think we're seriously.
Well, there's two things there. Kidding. There's two things there, TC. Number one, he hasn't said that. He was asked point blank about that. In this presser, the Zoom presser, and while he didn't sound enthusiastic about the prospect of coming to Sacramento, he didn't say he didn't want to be here. So I won't put that on him. That's just how I feel. I don't think he's interested in coming to Sacramento. So there's that. Then the other thing that we talked about is, these are rookie guys. It's not necessarily the same as Dante DiVincenzo and a veteran guy. This is a rookie. I truly believe that if you get him in Sacramento, he'll love it here. I don't think that'll be an issue at all. He'll love it here. I think he'll like playing in the city. I do think he'll like playing for guys like Mike Brown and playing with De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis. I don't think that'll be an issue at all. So when it comes to drafting these guys, I don't look at that as much of an issue, to be honest with you.
916-349-1320. We got Sam here. Sam, what's going on, baby?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up, Sam?
Hey, question. I've been listening to you all talk about this draft pick for about a week and a half now, at least.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to say, number one, name me one number one pick of the Kings in about the last 10 years, besides De'Aaron Fox, has even made it to year 3. So they really have never invested in first-round draft picks.
Yeah, there's not many. That's true. I mean,
And then
there's not many.
kind of on that subject, if all these teams want Ivy, I can't believe why Sacramento doesn't. Smells like
yeah, that's a fair question. That's a very fair question, Sam. The easy answer, whether it's the right answer or not, the easy answer is De'Aaron Fox. My concern with that is this isn't the NFL where if for some reason the San Francisco 49ers have the 6th overall pick in this year's draft.
Mm.
You don't draft if the best player available is a quarterback, you don't draft him.
Mm-hmm.
That's not how the NFL works. But I think you can in the NBA, especially when you're talking about positionless basketball, combo guards, all sorts of those different things. I think the biggest amount of resistance is the position and his fit with De'Aaron. What am I off?
I think that has a lot to do with it. I also don't. I keep getting back to the point where I just think there's a different. There's people who really like Jaden Ivey, and there's people like I think we're a microcosm of maybe the NBA, right? I think you really like Jaden Ivey. I just like Jaden Ivey.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And the Kings may be in the camp where they just like him. Like they like him. He's a good ball player. I'd have him on the team. But if I have an opportunity to do something a little different that I feel would help my team a little quicker and in the right now, I'd definitely be willing to not draft him. And if somebody is thirsty enough for him to give up some stuff that I could use as a franchise and that I could put together with Fox and Sabonis that'll help us be a better team right now, I'm more than willing to make that move. Because the thing about it is, I don't think the Kings look at Jaden Ivey, and this is just me projecting in my thoughts. I don't think they look at him as franchise. I don't think they look at him as a franchise player. He's a piece. He's a good piece. You know what I mean? But if you're just looking at him as being a piece of the puzzle, why not use that pick to get a couple of different pieces of the puzzle as opposed to just that one?
One thing that gives me pause on Jaden Ivey and trying to decipher real enthusiasm versus kind of manipulating the media is there's and I kept waiting for it to happen. I think I even predicted that it would happen this week. I keep waiting to see Jaden Ivey creep into the top 3 somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And it like never happens. I mean, you might see big boards. It's Jaden Ivey, you know, I think he's the second best player in this league. He's never drafted second. It's always the 3 forwards going first. But I always have that pause. Like so many people are glowing about this young man. And Sam, great question. If everybody's glowing about him, why not the Sacramento Kings? Because maybe it's not entirely real and it's not entirely genuine.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why hasn't he moved up into the top 3? At least once. At least one edgy mock drafter. No one. It's the same 3 always. I mean, you might see Chet and Jabari switch or you might see a little shuffling in those top 3, but you can't see Jaden Ivey crack through that top 3 at all.
CBS, I think CBS's latest mock draft has him going 3.
And Paolo moves up?
Paolo drops.
Paolo drops? Oh, well, Lord, go on in. Let that happen. I'm good with that.
That's the first I've seen it in this month-long trek that we've had of mock drafts and all this other stuff.
I haven't seen it, so you got hit. I figured it would happen, but I didn't see it.
And I've seen it, and I was like, "That's crazy." like Houston would be nuts.
My feeling was always Chet would be the one who fell.
Mm-hmm. Chet ain't going nowhere.
Apparently, yeah. Like I thought it would be Oklahoma City that took Ivy at 3. Like in the scenario that we're talking about, Oklahoma City would be the team that took Ivy, and then Houston's not taking Shaedon Ivey. Like, and Paolo goes there, and Chet falls potentially to the Sacramento Kings or whatever the Kings are doing it for.
So I don't misquote me here, because I don't know who it was who said it, but I did see that this morning. I'm on CBS right now. They don't have it, but I saw the graphic earlier, and I thought the guy was from CBS. So,
well, that's fine. We were talking on Friday that Mike Brown's introductory press conference was going to be Tuesday at 11, and like 5 minutes after we mentioned it on the air, the link on YouTube was gone. So I guess that stuff happens sometimes.
These things happen.
Mike Brown's introductory press conference is, in fact, tomorrow at 1, not 11. It'll be at 1 p.m., and we will carry Mike Brown's press conference live for you tomorrow on the Odyssey app on ESPN 1320. We'll carry it live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook as well. So shout out to the Sacramento Kings, because I really do believe they are the biggest fans of the show, and we love them to no end.
And see, I knew I wasn't tripping. I'm on CBSSports.com. They have Jaden Ivey actually going 5th. It's a tweet from CBS Sports headquarters, and the latest 22 mock draft has Chet, Smith, Ivy, Banchero. So there's some. They're not on the same page over at CBS.
Okay, yeah. John Bull just sent that to us. They very much are not. Let Paolo. CBS has got it right. Paolo at number 4 solves all our problems. I'll take it. Of course, Kenny won't. He wants to trade it for Kyle Kuzma. We'll come back.
I didn't say it. I didn't say it for Paolo. I said it for Ivy. I didn't say it for Paolo. I was like, I don't know. I'm torn.
We'll make Kenny make a decision on what to do with Paolo Banchero, the soon-to-be newest member of the Sacramento Kings, according to CBS Sports headquarters. When we return, also, Keegan Murray, De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis walk into a restaurant together. What happens? I don't know. But we'll talk about it. It was reported on by a very, 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 very good friend of ours, good friend of the show as well. We'll touch on that when D'Lo and Casey return here on ESPN 1320. Good find. John Bull, the researcher, on top of everything.
There you go. He's on your corner, Dr. David. Dr. David just looks at old tweets, though.
Yeah, for sure.
That's his bag. Let's see.
Oh, man. What time the show starting on draft day? Show starts at noon on draft day, as it always does. Will it go to the Kings pick? It'll go till 8. So we'll be on well after the Sacramento Kings make that selection. So we've got you covered. We have got you covered. Yeah, and this is a good call. We should probably send that text to Drake Yu.
Oh, yeah. We got
about that time.
Got to holler at our guy Drizzy.
It's about that time. Rich, no, they are in fact not. An answer to your last question. No, we only they've got their own thing going on draft day. We only get to see them once a month. And last year we had a bit of a different schedule. This year we're just operating a little differently. They'll be with us the week after. No, it'll be 2 weeks after. That'd be good. I think free agency will have started by the time we talk to them.
Yeah, we'd have some
free agency will have started the next time we talk to Deuce and Mo.
We'd have some some summer league. By the time
Summer League start that second?
California Classic starts on the 2nd, and then
California
they go to Vegas. I think later, like starting on Friday or Saturday.
Yeah. California Classic's dead to me. It's absolutely dead.
That is trash. It's going to be not fun at all to have those guys. So this is funny. Sorry, I got distracted. I'm just telling you guys right now because I don't want no mess. All right. I'm putting out the schedule for the California Classic and for the Kings. And, you know, I'm hashtagging and stuff like that. The Lakers hashtag is Lake Show. I didn't make that up. That's what the hashtag is. Okay. I don't want any mess. I don't want any mess. You understand me? Okay. Lake Show. Should I not do it? I haven't pressed send on it yet. Should I not say Lake Show? I got everybody's. Well, I got everybody's little logo there.
Just do it, bro.
Official. Okay. All right. I'll do it. Okay. Tweet. Yeah, but host.
Yeah, we can't do that. Okay. Isn't that? Oh. No, that's Bobby. What am I? What? Isn't there another Vince on here that I got to get rid of?
I thought it was only one Vince.
Well, I had man, R.I.P. Dave Hepner. I had the Dave Hepner thing on here too. Is that Dave Hepner or is that Dave Hepner? By the way, you guys willed it into existence. Deuce and Mo will join us the day after the show.
Oh,
I mean, the day after the show. That's real smart. They'll join us the day after the draft. They'll be with us Friday.
Nice.
You guys willed it into existence.
Nice. Speak it into existence.
Oh, it's live, House.
Yeah, it's live. We here, baby. Either on KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil.
Hey.
Shout out to the Chatty House. They're just booking the show as the. By the way, there's talks this morning. Can't confirm. There were talks this morning of the Chatty House going corporate. When it's time to talk about that publicly, we will. But someone on the air right now on your screen is trying to take the Chatty House public. It's not
champs.
me. So
corporate champs. Hey man,
I'll let you. The Chatty House is about to go corporate. But the Chatty House was booking the show. They were like, "Yo, you got to get Drake UU on this week. Are we going to see Deuce and Mo?" And got a text from Deuce like, "Hey, we could come on Friday." He probably meant that as more of a, yeah, if things work out, we could come on Friday. But now that I've said it on the air, it has to happen.
Yeah.
So
that's how you back them into a corner.
I'm pretty sure a Friday show is booked because we've already got Bryant West with us Friday. Now we got Deuce and Mo. Of course, we'll have Trista, we'll have Kyle, we'll have James. That's Friday show. Thursday show, boy, Brian's going to join us that day too. I'm sure James will be with us at some point, but that's just going to be 8 hours. We'll almost certainly have someone's mom on the show, perhaps their father. If we could pull that off. We'll try to get coaches. But for those who have never been with us during a draft show before, we will be with you until the Kings make the selection. Actually, we'll be with we'll go to the podium for picks number 1, 2, 3. And then, of course, when the Sacramento Kings select at number 4, we'll come back. We'll react to that. We'll have guests. Some will be planned. Some won't be. And we'll be with you all the way till 8 o'clock talking Kings. We'll be commercial free for those who listen on 1320 AM and listen on the Odyssey app. It's usually like close to 2 hours, man. It's something pretty crazy.
Yeah. We go straight through for a while.
Specter's asking if we can get Deuce's dad on, and I can't lie.
Specter.
Every time Deuce posts that video of him throwing the football to his dad, which is no one, is so funny to me. Like it legit makes me laugh every single time.
John said it perfectly. I don't know whether to crack up hysterically or give you a hug. I don't know.
Hey,
but it is funny.
Deucey, I don't have a dad either, man. I'm throwing the ball to no one too, so that's good stuff. He posted it yesterday, and I just popped for it. Like this, I don't know how many years old this video is, but it's funny every time.
Every time. Hey, did you go out at all on Saturday? Like go outside at all?
Saturday, no, not really. Like I was outside, like outside in the fresh air outside, but like I wasn't outside.
I just want to give a shout out to the city of Sacramento. It was a beautiful, beautiful June day on Saturday. It was perfect. Picture perfect day.
Yeah. You want to give these beautiful June days a shout out again tomorrow?
No, because I had to recognize them then because it's about to be Hell's Kitchen.
Why don't you tell these beautiful June days to stop being so ridiculous?
Well, but at the same time, this is the way it's supposed to be. This is the way it's supposed to be. All right. It's June. Summer solstice is about to happen. Okay.
Well, what's about to happen?
Summer solstice. Solstice.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I'll try and catch. Don't have me saying it 3 times when I can barely say it once with this retainer in.
Just gonna see if you spit that retainer out your mouth. That's all it was. Weren't you talking about the Delta breeze last week?
Yeah, I was.
Like you D'Lo and Casey's little weatherman now.
You know, I'm just trying to, do my best, Christina Warner.
I was gonna say, like Christina, like get your man on the telecast with you.
I'm just trying. I'm trying. That's
Tune in to CBS 13 tonight. I'll be on sports. Kenny will be on weather.
Weather with me would be that would be great.
Oh, I need to see it.
Definitely do the weather.
I need to see it.
You ever see? I know you've seen it when Jim Jones does the weather.
I've seen that. Yes, I've seen that.
Capo. But yeah, I was out at William Land Park. Shout out to the South Side, man. William Land Park Juneteenth Festival. Seen all my peoples out there. Seen our guy Antonio Harvey out there. Shout out to Antonio Harvey, man.
I think I just fanned Antonio for the first time ever on Twitter. All these years.
Yeah. When he tweeted us the other day.
I was like, who's this? Hey, that's Tony. Okay.
Tony be listening, man. He always texts me, man, when he hears something and just he's like, I'm just texting you. Ain't got to respond. I just be texting.
That's my guy, man. That's my guy.
Shout out Tony Harvey. That's what I be telling y'all, man. Let my boy Tony Harvey live out here, man.
Oh, just because Tony asked some long questions, that's all right. That's all right. Tony's our guy, man.
Come on, man. That's the dude who got me in the game, to be honest with you.
Tony is our guy. He been man, you talk about longevity.
Tony. Is he the longest one in the media room right now?
It's either him or Sean. Like it's I think it's got to be Sean. I think it's Sean. But if it's, I don't know when Antonio started. I think Antonio was covering the Monarchs.
Antonio been around forever.
So that's at the very least 04, 05, 06.
Yeah.
Yeah, he been out there, man. He been out there. So we've locked in Bryant West and Deuce and Mo and we're going to reach out to Drake Yu and I guess all that's left is to book Chris Haynes, who reported today that I don't want to say he reported. I guess it's kind of a report. It was more of like a throw-in line in a conversation he had with Keegan Murray, but he noted that the Sacramento Kings are high on Murray and even arranged for Keegan to have dinner with De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. What do we make of that? Anything? Keegan, you look hungry. We're going to send you to dinner with.
So here's the thing. I know a lot of people are kind of quick to be like, oh, they took people to dinner before. It doesn't really matter. The Sabonis Fox addition to those dinners, that adds a little more credence to how much they may like Keegan Murray to me. That doesn't mean they're going to take him, but that's just different. That's different. That's different than going with just Vivek and Monte McNair. When you get actual players and quote unquote franchise guys in on that dinner with the prospect. I mean, that says something different.
Well, you know what's bigger to me? If you go without Vivek and Monte McNair. If it's Keegan, De'Aaron, and Domantas Sabonis, like it's a players only meeting before you get drafted,
right.
and you're speaking in everyone's keeping it a stack at that dinner. Now, again, there's nothing that outlines who was all at this dinner here, but it as you said, it does speak to what the Sacramento Kings think of. Keegan Murray. Sacramento Kings can't seem to get anybody in here to work out for them. But they were able to arrange a dinner for Keegan Murray along with De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. I want to be clear too. I think Keegan Murray's very good. Like I don't think drafting Keegan Murray is a loss at all for the Sacramento Kings. I do have, this. I think so much of what's happening right now with the Sacramento Kings is trauma. Like with Jaden Ivey, you're hearing this young man hyped up, and you're going to draw comparisons to Luka Doncic because you're not drafting a guard potentially because of De'Aaron Fox, and you're drafting a player at the forward position. Well, that sounds a lot like Luka Doncic and Marvin Bagley. Jaden Ivey's not Luka, not like Luka. Luka was winning championships while this draft process was going on the year he was drafted. I understand the concern. I completely understand the concern. It's not the same thing. Obviously, that's the most extreme example. You can point to, you were going to draft Dame Lillard and you changed your mind because Thomas Robinson fell. You can point to not drafting Steph and Clay and drafting all of these guys who are in and out of the league or on and off your team in no time. I think everyone's extreme investment into this and overarching concern of getting it wrong is trauma. It's the trauma of being a Sacramento Kings fan.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then on the flip side, I'll say this to everybody that's upset with me talking about trading the pick and all this other stuff.
Yes.
I've said it before. I'll bring it up here again. The Kings always draft. Always. They have not once used their draft pick to improve their current team via trade. They always draft, and that's gotten them nowhere. Now, you can say a huge part of that, and I agree, is the fact that they don't draft correctly. And you'd be like, all right, Casey, what are you going to do? Just not draft ever because you didn't get it right in the past? I get you. I'm not saying don't make the draft pick, but I also say they've never taken a swing to move on from a draft pick and get some established talent in the building. If they make the draft at 4, if they make the pick at 4, it's the same thing they've done. They continue to just make these picks and hope this person is the savior. They never do much to help the guys that are already there.
I understand, but it's also, we're judging this as being Kings fans for however long, as opposed to Monte McNair's been on the job. This is his 3rd draft, essentially 3 years. It's not the same thing. Like whatever Vlade did should have no bearing on what Monte McNair is about 100%. To do. Same with Pete D'Alessandro or Jeff Petrie or whoever.
Well, I'm a believer that whatever Monty did last year should have or whatever happened last year should have no bearing on what you think is the best thing to do right now. Like that's just, and that's where I come on the other side. Like I don't worry about necessarily what happened in the past with me or any other regime, because I have to do what's best for this team right now. And if what's best for this team right now is drafting Jaden Ivey, that's what I got to do. If I got to do what's best for this team right now, drafting Keegan Murray, then that's what I got to do. If what's best for this team right now is to trade and to get 2 or 3 established players and swap picks in the draft, That's what I have to do. I can't even worry about what happened last draft, whether it went good or bad. I have to do what's best. If I'm Monte McNair, I have to do what's best for this team right now and moving forward. That's all that should matter.
Has Monty done something that you just absolutely hate? I think I know the first thing you'll say. The time, the amount of time that lapsed last year.
You know me. He wasted the season. And it's hard to go all the way in on that because his timing may have been the reason why he got Sabonis.
Right. So I was going to ask, do you think he got the best deal possible? Like,
I think he did. I think he did for sure. But I don't know if that deal was available in December or January, whenever they traded him.
In a big part,
I wanted them to trade.
Well, ideally before the season started, like draft day, when they had a trade for Buddy Hield on the books, which we said at the time, there almost certainly is not a better deal for Buddy Hield in the NBA to be made than that one. Mm-hmm. How big of an influence Buddy was on getting that Tyrese Halliburton and Domantas Sabonis deal done later in the year, I'm not really sure. I feel like it could have been made without him, but if the Indiana Pacers really wanted Tyrese Halliburton, good. You're going to take his Buddy Hield with you. Outside of, that, like he tried the draft day trade. We obviously know the Dante DiVincenzo, thing from the prior year. He's attempted to make moves, and I don't look at any of the moves like, yo, this was dumb. Thank God this fell through, or this. I don't look at any trade he made as something that's like just glaringly bad. I don't look at them as glaringly great either. I'll maintain this, and I believe it to be true. We were robbed of seeing what Terrence Davis could do with this new version of the Sacramento Kings that we saw even just for a short little bit after the trade deadline. I overall think Monte McNair has done a fairly decent job, especially when you factor in deals that fell apart that aren't his fault. Like, there was nothing he could have done to have kept the Lakers deal, the situation with the Los Angeles Lakers from happening. Look, I'll hit it. There's no like, hey, we'll throw in this. There was nothing that was going to make that happen. Russell Westbrook wanted to come to Los Angeles. LeBron James, Anthony Davis wanted Russell Westbrook in Los Angeles. There was nothing Monte McNair was going to be able to do about that. Mm-hmm. The original Dante DiVincenzo thing has been well established. That wasn't his fault. That was an overzealous Milwaukee Bucks regime that got a little too excited and started sending messages to Adrian Wojnarowski.
Right.
Who, by the way, didn't stop them. Woj didn't go, hey, you want me to hold this? Like, maybe we shouldn't put this out there today. No, Woj was like, hey, let's rock with it. Point being is, overall, I think Monte McNair has done a good job.
Yeah, I think that's a good job as well.
I have my preference in Jaden Ivey. I have my reasons for liking Jaden Ivey. I'm admittedly swayed by some things people tell me. At the same time, I really like Keegan Murray too. But I feel they can draft a difference maker in this team, in this draft, to be a difference maker on this team. Keegan, obviously, immediately more impactful. Moving up for a Paolo Banchero or Chet Holmgren, immediately more impactful. I understand the concerns about Jaden Ivey as well. You mentioned trading back. If there's a deal to be made, I'm all for it. But that, to me, also comes with other concerns that I laid out to you earlier, where I feel like a player will come in here. I don't want to be here. I'm going to half-ass this thing. I'm going to be out of here next season. I'm going to try to get moved by the trade deadline. I'm not going to embrace this. You're a Jeremy Grant going from a Detroit to a Sacramento. I don't know what that does. You're Malcolm Brogdon. You're on well, I guess Indiana didn't win last year, but you're on a losing organization really for the first time in your career. And I don't know, just the John Collins, Kyle Kuzma, I just got bad vibes with him.
And the thing about any trade is you also got to make sure that you're getting these guys under contract. So whether it's Jeremy Grant,
they're a part of what you're building,
right? Kyle Kuzma,
which Jeremy Grant would have to be,
right?
Because he's due.
Yeah, and that's
expensive.
It's expensive. That's my outlook on it. You got to get those guys in, but they're a better team. You're just a better team at that point, ready to compete for a playoff spot from day one. You know, you're setting not only the coaching staff and everybody else up for a better start to the season than maybe you did with Luke Walton and later in the season with Alvin Gentry. But you're setting De'Aaron Fox, Monte Sabonis up for more success possibly this year. And then you got Hoop Science in the Chatty House. And we don't have nothing yet. It's just Chatty House.
We're working on it.
Hoop Science, he said, but it's not just about today, right? We don't only want to enter the playoffs in last place, but win. Ivy seems like a good investment for today and tomorrow. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I don't know how people come to the conclusion that if they trade for a Kuzma or John Collins, that's just it. They'll never try to be better than that. And that's just the end of the road for them. And if you get Ivy, lock us in for Western Conference Finals in 3 years.
But can't the same be said for a draft pick? Like, just because you draft and don't trade, that doesn't mean that's it. It's over. I think we've established on the show many times that can't be it. That can't be Thursday can't be the final step for the Sacramento Kings. Thursday has to be the first step for the Sacramento Kings.
Absolutely. No matter what way they go, I feel that way. I look at it as, I don't know if you'll be as good starting the season and getting out of the gates with just the rookie alone, right? Because remember, we're still talking about if you trade with somebody, you're swapping picks. So you're going to have a rookie that'll be in the rotation and it'll be a part of what you're doing. If you're just going Ivy and if you get John Collins, that'd be great too. But now you got another position that you're going to have to fill, which is the 3. And maybe you go 3 guard. Maybe you go Ivy, DiVincenzo, and Fox, and you go that way. But I don't know, man. Like I said, with Jaden Ivey or Keegan Murray, those are good young ball players. I'm not where other people are with Ivy and Murray. I think they're good young ball players. I think you can get better faster if you move the pick.
King Voss is asking, how soon after drafting a player can you trade them? There is a window. It's not a long one. It's not like, was it December 15th or whatever that day is? It's not that. I can't remember the exact day. I know there's pictures. I think it's 2 months. That's the number that's sticking in my head. There's pictures somewhere of Andrew Wiggins in a Cleveland Cavaliers uniform. Like, he had to go through that process because the trade the Kevin Love deal couldn't be executed right away. Like, there was a certain amount of time that had to pass, and he had to go through the whole I'm a Cleveland Cavaliers thing before the trade got done. So, but it doesn't stop deals from being done, as we know from that one in particular. Another question that came up here earlier, is James Ham coming on the show? Yes, James will be with us today at 3:00, as he is every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. He will be with us in the 3:00 hour. I guess just when it boils down to that number 4 pick and trading and getting better is if there's a deal out there to be made that I really like, I haven't heard it yet. I love the idea of acquiring John Collins, but I don't like it. And I'll remove the player's name from this. I love the idea of acquiring John Collins. Just said 10 seconds ago, I love the idea of acquiring Kyle Kuzma, but I don't want to do it at the expense of a young talent. I'll do it at the expense of Harrison Barnes, because I think his future in Sacramento at best is murky. Rashawn, I'd be very interested to see how Rashawn fits with a clear head and a cleared mind with Rashawn, with Domantas Sabonis. I don't think that's the ideal situation for him, meaning him personally. I don't know if there's an ideal situation in the league for Rashawn Holmes, but there probably is, and he might have a better shot being able to do the things that he wants to do somewhere else other than Sacramento. There's other players I like too that you don't have conversations about the 4 pick. We're hell-bent on getting PJ Washington out of Charlotte for a variety of reasons. We want PJ. We want to take care of PJ. We want PJ to be our own. If PJ Washington gets to Sacramento, we're going to do everything we can to make him the first weekly king who joins D'Lo and KC. Like, we're team PJ Washington. That's not a 4th pick. Like, PJ makes the Kings better. We can measure how much better. He makes the Kings better. That's not a conversation that you have in the 4th pick. I feel like that number 4 pick, I haven't heard a deal that should be executed with that pick yet.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. Would you have, this is old, obviously, would you have moved the 4th pick in any, the centerpieces are this, we'll figure out everything else later. Would you have moved the 4th pick for Domantas Sabonis?
You mean like in this draft? Like,
if Sabonis was still a Pacer, if the deal hadn't been done,
yes,
would you have moved?
Yeah.
Okay. As I say that out loud, that deal could have totally gotten done, because there's talk of the Pacers wanting to move up to get the Kings would have. The Kings would have Tyrese Halliburton, De'Aaron Fox, and Domantas Sabonis.
Wow, they move on from the 4th pick. Oh yeah, you're making that move. You're making that move.
Oh man. Now we're going to be critical of Monty. He acted too fast. He just jumped the gun. The season was already over. Hell, you might as well have let it die. Could have traded Domantas. We could have traded the number 4 pick to acquire Domantas Sabonis. But remember, Sabonis was one of those guys in the vein of Jeremy Grant, one of those guys, John Collins, who were talked about as being moved. They moved him for a young player who you saw his value in the league, and that's that's part of what this conversation is. We're just using our imaginations now as to what Jaden Ivey or Keegan Murray or any other player that we like there at the 4 may be. We'll come back. We'll continue to talk about the Kings. Jeff, my bad. I think we missed you. Jeff, hang on. We'll get to you right after the break. Don't hang up, Jeff. We'll get to you. And there's some other stuff in the NBA. What a weird situation with Kenny Atkinson as well. We'll talk about that. In addition to Kings basketball, when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I know, man. Dollar in the swear jar. No, Tyler. You weren't listening. No, that's not what I said. But get Tyrese back. Just start over. I love this. So if Monty would have been patient, could.
Well, Polo. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if she'd move here, but she might visit. She might visit.
Come say hi. Oh, I got you, Tyler. All right, let's get it done. Now everyone wants to trade the 4th pick for Tyrese. Oh man, that's like evil genius stuff, and does absolutely nothing for the Pacers. Is Jeff still there? Did he hang up? Okay, good. I didn't. I somehow missed that message. Oh, man. Brother, I would love for you to be right.
Mm-hmm. Although
Mitchell as a starter, that's interesting.
That's a bit of a stretch to put Paolo at the 3. I don't know if he can move fast enough to be at the 3, but yeah, I'd take my chances. I'd figure it out.
Well, looks like it's not impossible. Oh, that's a good point. We might not have the 4th pick if it wasn't for Sabonis and his luck. That's a good call.
There you go. Hide your sons.
Hide your sons.
Hide your sons.
Can y'all hit the thumbs up, man? Y'all are repping pretty strong today on YouTube and Twitch. Appreciate it. If y'all could hit the thumbs up, that would be great. If you're new to the show and you're not a subscriber, please become one. For those who don't know who we are, why it's quiet right now, we're on commercial. We actually are a radio show. I know that's wild. Actually air on the radio. Oh, and download the podcast. Yeah, if you miss any part of the show, I know YouTube is great, Twitch is great, but Jesse can't eat if you don't download the podcast.
Come on, man.
And we have some of the. I mean, y'all are killing it. Don't get it twisted. We have some of the biggest podcast numbers in the company, but Jesse only eats if you download the podcast. So if you guys could do that, I'm just gonna. Oh yeah, let me see. Are we up? Oh, down 5%. Yeah, Jesse ate 5% 5% less last week. Hashtag let Jesse eat. So yeah, go to D'Lo and Casey wherever you get podcasts from. Just search D'Lo and Casey. Jesse does a great job of breaking these down, man. Really good stuff. There you go, Anthony. That's my guy right there. Feeding Modesto's own Jesse. Yes, indeed.
There we go.
I'll download the podcast as soon as Jesse can be heard on YouTube. Okay. I gotcha. Nope. Commercial. No, the commercial breaks aren't on the podcast. The podcast is essentially the radio show.
Yeah, that'd be a long podcast. That'd be a Joe Budden show type podcast if that was the case.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Live. We welcome clearly some new members of the YouTube audience hanging out and watching us today, and Twitch as well. We appreciate you so much for being with us.
Can I get that 10th inning report real quick? You know what I'm saying?
Let's get it in.
Giants take 2 out of 3 in Pittsburgh. They've now won 8 of 10, I think is correct. 3 games back of the Dodgers. They might have been able to sweep Pittsburgh if it wasn't for, contrary to what people believe, I'm not like this mean guy. I don't like to pick on people or to talk about people. So I'm not even comfortable mentioning this. But Giants yesterday tie it up with a home run in the 9th, 3-3. And then Tyler Rogers comes into the game and gives up a walk-off home run to the Pirates. Giants lose 4-3. Tyler Rogers he's been atrocious this year. And I'm not sure why he still gets put in these games. Part of it is the fact that they probably don't have anywhere else to go right now. But call up one of these guys from Sacramento. Tyler Rogers, the jig is up. Everybody's on to the little submarine 74-mile-per-hour curveball he throws, and they're blasting him every single outing now. So, yeah.
Kenny's had it. That's basically what that 10th inning report boils down to is Kenny has had it. 916. You always know when Kenny has had it because it'll end something with a 916-349-1320. Jeff, man, we appreciate you. Sorry to keep you on hold so long. What's on your mind?
Oh, hey, D-Lo, KC. Hello, how are you? Good afternoon.
Good, man.
Main thing, hey, this is Jess with Devil May Care Ice Cream, by the way. Love your show. Love everything you do. You guys are amazing, and I love listening to you every day. So,
Jeff, what up, man?
Thank you, brother.
All right, so, you kind of hit on a lot of the stuff earlier that I was calling in about, all the whole Monte McNair thing and how Kings fans are just going crazy this time of year because there's nothing else to talk about, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But the guy's done a pretty good job, I think. And I think everyone's blown it way out of proportion. That's probably because we're looking through that lens of trauma that you mentioned earlier, where we just can't take anything good and be like, hey, I mean, since Monte McNair's taken over, I think the Kings gotten better. And I'm guessing with this draft pick, whatever they do, trade it, do whatever, they're going to get better a little bit again. So that's all I got. You guys talked a lot about it already. And I think that's it. Just calm down, Kings fan. Let's just let this happen. Wait a little bit longer.
Calm down and go get some ice cream. That's what it boils down to, Jess. Calm down and go get some ice cream.
Jeff, we need a collab.
We do. We need. I think we need to increase the number of vegan flavors, and then I think we need a D-Lo and KC flavor. We need to. Well, no. We need a D-Lo flavor.
I was just about to say, because I don't know how good that would even taste, because we got two different styles or whatever. All I need, I'm telling you right now, we need that KC cookies and cream. KC.
That's easy. Like that's easy. Like that's not even creative. But I believe cookies belong in ice cream. I believe that's naturally what Oreos were actually made to be broken up into small pieces and put into cookies. But see, we need a good vegan flavor. Jess, what we got to do is get away from coconut milk. We don't want to do coconut milk. What you really want to do is you want to do cashew milk ice cream. That, because cashews there. Oh, that's the good stuff right there. So we'll put together a cashew milk based ice cream, put some cookies in. We'll figure out what else to do. But yeah, we need some D-Lo and KC collabs over there at Devil May Care. So get some ice cream. Calm down. But I think Jeff's point is accurate. It boils down to the trauma. I will say this though, because I kind of said the same thing. I think Monte McNair has done a good job. He thinks the Kings have gotten better. Well, they actually haven't. The Kings haven't gotten better since Monte McNair's took over. I mean, you are what your record says you are, right? Yeah. At least that's what I think that's what Bill Parcells said. Yeah.
I mean, I get it.
Very good.
I understand. And until they change their record, they are still looked at as not very good. I get it. Mm-hmm. But I do like what he did this pass off or during the season trade deadline, like what he did there. I think he's done a good job. Like I said, my one frustration with him is how long it took him to do anything last year, and kind of just kind of torpedoed the season, let it sink. And that was frustrating to see. But it landed him Sabonis. And we don't know, we think we know, but we don't know.
Heard that before.
And we never will, unless Monty tells us. If they had the same deal on the table in December. If they had the same deal on the table in December and they weren't ready to pull the trigger, that's a little frustrating. You know what I mean? But maybe the same deal wasn't on the table.
Only because you eventually did it.
Right.
Right. That's frustrating because you eventually did it.
Right. And it's only frustrating, right? Like at the end of the day, they still, even if that was the case, you still got it done. You still got the player in here. You still got a guy in Sabonis in here. So I don't want to say it doesn't matter how long it took or whatever the case may be, but you still got him here. Still got him here. And now you're ready to work with him for the next 2 years, hopefully. Add him to De'Aaron Fox, add some pieces around these guys, and see if they can work.
916-349-1320 if you want to be a part of the show. Or you could jump in the chatty house on Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook Live. A really bizarre. Anybody else get a little drop in their stomach when they saw the Kenny Atkinson news and think, wait, did Mike Brown sign? Wait a minute. Everything good here. That's a situation that you do not see very often, where Kenny Atkinson, who we believe had agreed to become the Charlotte Hornets head coach. At least he was offered the head coaching position. Clearly no contract was signed. And following the Golden State Warriors winning the championship, he said, nah, I think I'm just going to stay here in Golden State. And now Charlotte has to make the awkward call, I guess, to Mike D'Antoni and Terry Stotts, who we believe were the final two candidates for that position. And so, one, that's an awkward phone call that Charlotte Hornets crew has to make. And I don't know if Michael Jordan is the one who placed the call, but that would be funny to me if it was. But a really weird situation involving Kenny Atkinson and the Hornets and the Warriors.
Well, you know what is more strange to me than just actually not going through with the job is the fact that reportedly, it's just a report, the Hornets found out from Woj's tweet.
I hope that's not true. I saw that reporter, and like, this is a dude who's obviously connected. I hope that's not true. That is such an awful look if that's true.
That would be nuts if that went down that way.
What would the gif have looked like with Michael Jordan holding his iPad when that tweet pops up? I don't think he'd be laughing like he does when he watches those Isaiah Thomas clips or whatever those clips he was watching in The Last Dance. But yeah, he's gonna stay. He's gonna be Kenny Atkinson's basically taking Mike Brown's spot,
right,
in Golden State, and is taking over as the lead assistant.
Do you think that he got some word that he may be next in Golden State?
No, I don't. You?
I mean, that would make sense.
I don't think Steve Kerr's going anywhere.
I don't know. I don't know if he is or not. I mean, Steve Kerr, I don't know if he wants to, and I hope that this isn't the case anymore. Remember, Steve Kerr was having some health issues a couple years ago.
Yeah, that's old though, isn't he?
I hope so. I hope that's not a case no more. But I mean, how long Kerr wants to keep going with this?
As long as he's still winning if this team's favored to win next year, as long as this team's still favored to win championships, Steve ain't going nowhere. He could. Well, what's going to happen? What's going to happen if Steve Kerr eclipses Phil Jackson?
I mean, he'd be the greatest coach of all time. I mean,
he's at what total? I know it's different than Phil. He's got 9 rings.
Yeah, that's not eclipsing Phil Jackson. I mean, if that's the case, and Phil has 13.
Oh, so he got 9. Is it 13 or?
He's got 11.
Is that many?
Well, because you guys are counting Steve Kerr's playing career.
Yeah, but isn't his 11 his playing rings too?
No, he's got 11. He's got 11 as a coach.
How many has he got with the Lakers?
Yeah, he's got 3 3-peats and 2 with Kobe.
3 3-peats and 2 with Kobe. Oh, and he won 2 with the Knicks, huh?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I don't ever remember like I was there.
I
feel like they only talk about the one, but I think you're right. I think he has 2.
He might have only been there for one with the Knicks, but I think he was there for both of them. I think it was 70 and 73.
Let's get Rico. Isn't his book 11 rings? Like, why don't you take credit for all your rings?
That's what I'm saying. Steve Kerr got 4 rings. He ain't nowhere near Phil Jackson.
Steve Kerr got 9 rings.
Stop. Well, he's got 9 rings. I'm talking about head coach Steve Kerr.
He's
got
1
4
ring
rings.
away from running out of fingers. He got a ring on a thumb right now. What's good, Rico?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Man, I was just calling. So, if everybody wants the number 4 pick so bad to get Jaden Ivey, why don't we just take him and put him at the 2 spot? Because I think Davion Mitchell's too small to be a 2 guard anyways.
I'm with you.
That's one thing some people are saying for sure.
Yeah.
We talked about it earlier, though, Rico. I don't think everybody sees Jaden Ivey the same way.
Yeah, that's what it boils down to.
And me and Damian are a perfect example of that. I like Jaden Ivey.
That's right.
Damian really likes Jaden Ivey.
So I am right and Kenny is wrong.
What?
If we were on ESPN, if we were on ESPN, the television network, that's how this would be. I would be right and Kenny would be wrong, and I would be telling everybody how bad Kenny is at this because he doesn't see things exactly like I do.
I didn't see the actual clip, but this is I don't know how you can say these things with a straight face. I know you're in character and you don't want to give the good people of the Bay Area any credit or anything like that. but there was like a clip where Nick Wright was basically talking about how some about the 80s and 90s and all this other stuff, and how, you know, Jordan gets elevated. He's like, to be honest with you, Steph Curry winning this championship actually elevates LeBron and what he was able to do.
Stop it. Stop it. He did not.
I said, come on.
He
man.
did not
What are we
say
doing
that.
out here?
You said that was Nick Wright?
Yeah. I thought it was matter of fact from his
LeBron James was the dynasty. We hear nobody ate on Jordan's watch, which is true as long as you're excluding Kareem, Magic, Worthy, Bird. It's a 2-minute clip. Like, I don't want to play. I'm genuinely. This show is full of hot takes. Does KD's legacy take a hit with the Warriors title? What is wrong with this industry, dude? What producer sits in the back goes, you know what we should discuss? Kevin Durant's kind of trash because the Warriors won without him, right?
Well, look, so here's the thing, because now being before and even still being in this, I look at the situation, I'm like, hey man, you know, I talk for a living too. I know you got to come up with different topics or whatever the case may be. And I get that. But I feel like if we came up with that type of stuff, we would pose that question, maybe tease it, and then we would come on the air and be like, no, that's stupid. They really go out and make the argument that, yeah, it does take a hit. Yeah, clearly.
I mean,
it's like, come on, man.
My goodness. I am just, this is what happens.
A few times in today's show, but let's just do a thought exercise. If before the playoffs.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's way too long. I'm sorry. I don't care that much. This must be frustrating for KD. When Durant was winning titles, we all said if KD wants a real legacy, he has to leave. Then he left. But these playoffs went as badly as they could have gone for him.
No, the only thing that went bad for him in these playoffs was his team loss. That's it. Anything that happened with the Warriors did not go bad for KD.
This is what Kenny says. This is what Kenny means when he says, I hate the media. It's that type of stuff right there. This is what Kenny means. My goodness, man. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. Well, speaking of KD, there were reports this morning that his partner, Kyrie Irving, is at an impasse with the Brooklyn Nets. That was the word used by Shams when he tweeted about Kyrie Irving and the fact that maybe Kyrie will explore free agency with apparently no long-term deal coming with the Brooklyn Nets. An interesting group of teams have been labeled as suitors, interested suitors for Kyrie Irving. The Lakers, how, Sway? The Knicks,
Sway?
And the Clippers. Now there are ways which Shams lays out in all of this. There are ways that involve Kyrie Irving opting in and the Lakers having to send 30 to 45 million worth of contracts to Brooklyn. I think the same is true. Yep, the same is true for the Clippers. They would have to do it the same exact way in which Kyrie would have to opt in and then be traded. The only situation where he opts out and signs a deal would be with the Knicks, in which he opts out, signs a deal with the Brooklyn Nets, and then is traded to the New York Knicks. The other option is the Knicks find a way to unload all of these contracts without Brooklyn, and then he signs a deal outright there. Those all feel like major stretches.
Feels like a lot. I think a lot of it might be a little bit of posturing. And I think at the end of the day, he goes back to the Nets.
Oh, I feel like there's something. So clearly, Brooklyn wasn't interested in either a full max or a max money deal. There's clearly some disinterest somewhere. There's clearly some concern with Kyrie Irving in the Brooklyn Nets somewhere. And I don't remember if it was Sean Marks. I doubt it was. Someone had the line about we're only going to deal with people who want to be here. Oh, here's the line. It was Sean Marks. I'm sorry. We're looking for guys that want to be a part of something bigger than themselves, play team basketball, and be available. That goes not only for Kyrie, but everybody else. Sean Marks said that in May. You can throw in that last line about that goes not only for Kyrie, but for everybody else. But clearly you're talking to Kyrie Irving in that situation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the way the last season went, you obviously have concerns about offering him a max contract to play alongside Kyrie Irving, to play alongside Kevin Durant in the experiment that is now Ben Simmons.
As you should, though. As you should. I mean,
Absolutely.
you can't. And this is coming from a guy and myself who I really like Kyrie. You know, I talk about how much I enjoy watching him play, and maybe even defend him more than others. Even I'll say you can't rely on Kyrie Irving, and he wants a however many year deal, 5-year deal, whatever the case may be. Come on, man. You can't depend on this guy. You can't depend on him to be there just in general. You can't depend on him to be healthy. You don't know when he's going to take a 2-week sabbatical, all this stuff. You can't rely on him. No.
I understand the concern. But I feel like, I understand what you're saying too, is this is posturing. This is just stuff. Maybe it's just noise. I feel like this noise has been out there for a while, and it just might be coming to a head. I think he has 9 days. I'm pretty sure it's in this article. I think it's June 29th to decide whether he's going to opt in or opt out. Now it's a big distinction, because opt in doesn't necessarily mean he's going to stay with the Brooklyn Nets. Opting out, he's clearly gone. Opting in, there could be scenarios that, and it seems most likely, yeah, man, now that I think about that, haven't we done this bit before?
Yeah, we've talked about
it. with Boston. Like, I don't know, man. That's it. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, this is a little different. He will stay long term. The Nets probably don't want him long term. I think that's the difference here.
Or at that price.
Yeah, he'll sign the 4 or 5 year or whatever deal to be here long term. The Nets are like, hold on, player.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hold on, player. What you think about a 1 year, 2 year deal? And he's like, nah, we ain't.
And I'm guessing they're probably offering like a 2 or 3 year deal, and maybe an option for the third.
If you were Brooklyn, would you sign him to a 4 or 5 year deal?
No.
What if he leaves?
Then he leaves.
Okay, well, what are we doing now in Brooklyn?
It is Kevin Durant, and it's the Ben Simmons show.
And this is what I think. What I think Kyrie's banking on. Like, in my eyes, if you're Brooklyn, what are you going to do?
You can't sign him to a 4 or 5 year deal. This dude just takes sabbaticals. He just leaves.
I'd sign him to a 4 year deal.
I understand it, because you are a Captain Kyrie apologist.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. Maybe
that's what Kyrie's banking on. You don't really have. Go ahead and be sorry.
You didn't win with him here. You didn't. You could shake your head if you want to. You didn't.
They went the 1 year together where just that year they lost to the Bucks. That was the only year they kind of played together, right? This year they didn't really play together.
Okay. How many years into this are we? 3?
I think this was the
Kyrie
third year.
played one without Durant.
Well, that would be he played one without Durant, and then he stopped like halfway through, and they both sat out.
916-349-1320. Let's get JT in here. JT, what's going on, baby?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? So I got a quick thing on Curry's legacy here. So when we're talking about the last 10, 15 years, let's say. The two players that have revolutionized the game the most is Steph Curry and LeBron James. Curry, because every guard wants to be able to post up from three anywhere now, and every big man is able to assist just as good as LeBron James. But when you compare the two, obviously you say LeBron James is one of the greatest players next to Jordan of all time, this, and that. Well, I have a question for Curry. Let's say, let's say he's got, 5, 6 more years left in him?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say within that next 5, 6 years, Curry gets one more championship, gets 5, or hell, even somehow gets 6.
Oh,
at the end of his career, do you put Curry ahead of LeBron James?
No.
No. Huh?
No. Appreciate you, JT. Like, no, I mean, Steph is great. Steph it's top 10 or top 9, top 8, top 7, whatever you want to do. He's the top player of all time. He's not LeBron. Like, and Jay's right. Like, those are the two players over the last, 2 decades or whatever who have completely revolutionized the game. No doubt. Steph had a slower start. Like, LeBron has been great from the moment we saw him on a basketball floor. Like, don't take for granted there was no warm-up period. There was no getting comfortable. There was no acclimation to the league. LeBron James had expectations his junior year in high school and has lived up to every single one of those expectations. Don't forget, he's going to be the league's all-time leading scorer. He's going to be top 5, I think we established, in assist when it's all over. I don't think he's going to crack anything memorable with rebounds, but still, no,
it ain't happening. And just a reminder to everybody that rings are just part of the equation. It's not the end all be all. You know what I mean? If that was the case, and Bill Russell would be 1 and nobody would ever touch him. There are some people who have Bill Russell 1 because of that. I disagree with that. But rings are part of the equation, not the end all be all.
Yeah. It's something we rely on way too heavily when talking about athletes. But there are some guys where it matches up.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Brady, the rings match. If you call him the great, like, it matches. In Bill Russell's case, I don't think it does.
And then you got a guy with no rings who we feel is the best player to ever play, in Barry Bonds.
Great example. Perfect example. We'll come back. We will dive back into the Kings. We'll talk more about some of these other NBA situations jumping on. And apparently, boy, the Grizzlies were really active this weekend. And Mark Stein says, well, apparently they got an interest in the 4-pick too.
Boy, them brothers starving, aren't they?
James Ham going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour as well. Lots more ahead here with D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
13 round. Let's get this. Look at it here. Oh, sorry. No, I'm a clock ready. Hold on. Let me get my clock. All right. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. Shout out to Ryan and the whole crew. Jovan, big ups to you as well. And this past weekend, we saw a beatdown. Okay, let's just call it what it is. In the 175-pound division, Arthur Beterbiev oh my gosh, just beat the snot out of Joe Smith Jr. in a TKO, second round TKO. And he is now the unified champion in the 175-pound division. And I saw from the first punch that Beterbiev threw, I said, he about to destroy this kid. He about to destroy Joe Smith because he hit him over. I think it was an overhand right that I saw. And maybe it was partially blocked or something like that. But the way he hit him, Joe Smith just kind of jumped a little bit. I said, Beterbiev about to tear this boy up. Now, Beterbiev is one of the hardest punchers I've seen in the game right now. I'm not sure there's anybody at 175 that can beat this man. He's a little older. Yes, we understand that. But this guy, he's like Kovalev when Kovalev was, in his prime, except I think he's better. I think he's a better boxer. I think he can take a punch. And the question when you face Beterbiev is, can you take his punch? Because if you can't, he has the type of power to absolutely break you down. And this just reiterates all the talk about Canelo going up to 175. That needs to be dead right now. Like that really needs to be done. That man, we already saw what Bivol did to him. And Beterbiev, if he faced Beterbiev, oh no, we don't want all that. Just stick to the little waterfalls you're used to at 160 and 168 and let Bivol and Beterbiev fight each other for a unification bout at 175. And to be honest with you, I like Bivol a lot. I think Beterbiev might take him out. This boy was bad on Saturday. That's the 13th round. Did you see that fight, Jesse? And I mean this. I don't even mean this as disrespect to Canelo. Don't get in the ring with that man. Don't get in the ring with that. That's no. Beterbiev. I think eventually Benavidez is going to have to go up to 175, and I don't know what he got for Beterbiev. That boy can hit. He can crack, as they like to say. Yeah, no, it's absolutely his bad. But
oh man,
yeah, for sure. Hey man, who is this? Zoe. What's up, man? I mean, what is this? Is this going to us? Who this going to? What we talking about, Zoe? What we talking about, Zoe? I appreciate you, brother. This question may have been asked before,
but
yeah,
but hey, everybody do this. Everybody send us $5. Hey, come on, man. Everybody send us $5.
Hey, I'll tell you like this.
Getting that Deuce and Mold treatment.
I'll tell you like this, though. I don't have enough MMA knowledge, but you keep sending $5. I'll find somebody who does, and we'll get it on.
Shout out to Josh Emmett. I hit pause because I so badly wanted to show you what was on my television. Oh, here it is. Y'all got to see this. You got to see what Ahmed Johnson is wearing.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh man. Ahmed was wearing the Moochie Daddy shorts before. It was famous.
Come on, man. Oh shoot. Go ahead. Take over, Casey. I'm trying to send Casey a video of what man.
I'm stuck. I gotta see what's going on with Ahmed Johnson.
Now, see, I got this Raw playing from what is this 1997, and I just glanced over at my screen and saw Ahmed Johnson. I'm like, yo, what is this?
For those wondering, hey, what is he saying? Well, I can tell you what he's saying.
You gotta see what my man's is wearing here. Shout out to was it Zoe? Zoe sent a, delivery boy, we getting paid over here on YouTube. So sent us $5. Delivery Joe sent us $9.99. Man, this is a feature we did not know about. You're welcome to pay us as well. If you want to head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320, let Odyssey know you are not pleased with us being here on Juneteenth. Let them know. Let them know you are not happy that we had to be here on a holiday.
Not to wear.
I told you.
Oh my God.
I told you. Hey, okay. We appreciate y'all. In all seriousness, you don't have to send us money. We appreciate it. We love y'all.
I don't even know what to do with that right now. I ain't even trying to get in trouble.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how to access it. So like, let's just like, it's cool. Save that money for Deuce and Mo when the Kings beat the Christopher says D'Lo discovering super chats is priceless. Thank you.
We appreciate it though.
The company pays us. They take good care of us. We tell our jokes. We absolutely love the company that we work for, and they take good care of us.
Honestly, man, those are my people over there for sure.
And I know a lot of
Jeff. I'm glad to hear you feeling better, big dog. Much love to all my people over there.
And we know a lot of people tune in and don't realize that this is a radio show. They think it's a podcast like Deuce and Mo and the Kings Beat. Now we're a radio show with a company behind us, and but we love y'all, man. Thank you. Marcus Little says y'all take IOUs. Yes, you can send us all the IOUs you want to. That works. Let's get back to the phone lines, man. Kings fans want to talk. Go ahead.
Before we get to the phone lines, real quick, can I give a shout out to my boys over at Cal Expo? My boys, the Sacramento Republic, doing what they do. You know what I'm saying? As they beat down the LA Galaxy 2 on Saturday, 2-0. Shout out to my people over the Sacramento Republic. Happy birthday to our guy Connor. And it was his birthday.
Oh, Connor, weekend. My man.
Yeah, man, I gotta hold on. Let me get some air horns for Connor real quick. Happy birthday to my guy, And now we set up tomorrow for that US Cup match against the real LA Galaxy. I'm gonna tell you right now, we about to smash the Galaxy.
Oh, we're doing that again.
LFG, Sacramento Republic. We about to go down to Carson, and shout out to my people in Carson, man. That used to be my stomping grounds, man. Big ups, man, to the 24-hour fitness right there in Carson. Used to go to that IKEA a lot. That's where I discovered Wingstop at the Carson Mall.
At IKEA?
But they got IKEA out there. We
discovered Wingstop at IKEA?
No, at the mall. They got a mall shopping center. And in that whole little shopping center was the first time I had Wingstop right there in Carson. Discovered it there. But I know this. My boys, the Republic, shout out to Roro and all them boys. They about to go down to Home Depot, Sutter Health, whatever it's called nowadays. They about to smash the Galaxy. Can't wait. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Those are my boys.
And those are your boys indeed. Can we shout out one more person before we get to the phones? Because this happened, I think it was Saturday, and it was very, very funny. Shout out to our boss, Stacy, who I believe she's at the Warriors parade right now.
I'm not surprised. When did this happen?
I don't know, but it happened. But it's fine, because she has a very strong involvement with 95.7 The Game, and she's a big part of that branding and that partnership out there. And she was very moved to see a video that Kenny posted congratulating guys like Butcher Boy Joe Shasky and Bonte Hill and our man Danny in San Francisco. And it became very, very clear to me she didn't recognize the sarcasm in the entire segment. So, shout out to our boss, who doesn't quite know our line of humor yet.
And since that's her squad, you know what I'm saying? I gotta say it to her too.
Yeah.
Congratulations! Oh my God.
That part gets me every time. 916-349-1320. Noah, what's happening, man?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We got you, brother.
What's going on, Noah?
All right. Well, first of all, great show. Best sports show in Sacramento. Listen every day.
Appreciate you.
I just wanted to say I think the Kings should trade the pick. I've been thinking about it. I'm 25, so I remember maybe 2-3 good years from what I can remember of good Kings basketball. You're losing a whole generation by continuing this non-playoff streak any further. And I just don't think we have the time, and I don't trust the Kings to develop properly, possibly Jaden Ivey if we were to pick him.
That's understandable.
I get you.
Go ahead, Noah.
What would you say? what would you say? It's a 50-50 at best chance that he's going to be a star or borderline star. Why don't we just get, 25, 26-year-old that's ready to, plug and play and get the show on the road?
Noah, are you actually Kenny? Is this Kenny Caraway? Is that?
Hey,
I'm
man.
confused.
Hey, man, Noah was talking that talk. He was talking that talk. You have who wanted you to be the GM earlier? You had your guy. Noah's my guy.
Well, who was it? Was it Rico? Who wanted to be there? Or Sam? Who was it? Sam?
No,
Jess?
Sam.
I don't know. Fine. It was Aaron too. I think it was Aaron. That's right. I'm looking back at the callers. Yeah, he called right after Hobby. Yep, it was Aaron. Aaron is my guy.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Noah's my guy.
Let's talk to Will, because I think Will is not too happy with us.
Oh no.
Hello, Will.
Will, what do we do?
Hey, no, I'm not happy at all. I'm not happy at all.
Okay.
I need you to explain to me why you said that about Bill Russell's rings not measuring up.
Well, no. That's not what we said.
That's not what I said, Will. Hold on, player.
I heard what you said. Explain that to me.
Yeah, Kenny, explain it
I
to me.
heard it wrong. Explain it to me.
No, what I
Kenny.
said was, when they were talking about the greatest players of all time, I said the rings are part of the equation. If it was just about rings, then Bill Russell will be number one. In my opinion, he's not, because rings are just part of the
What
equation.
are you using as a measuring stick then?
It's a little bit of everything. You got your records, your numbers, just the eye test,
Your overall play, yeah,
all this other stuff. There's a number of different components that go into it.
Okay. Will Chamberlain has all the personal records. Bill Russell has all the rings. It has to be one of those two.
No,
He has
it
twice as
doesn't.
many rings as Jordan.
No.
Twice as many. And part of the time was at a time when African Americans not only had to play, they had to be subjected to all kinds of other stuff. You've seen the movie 42, or did you?
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
You're not telling no
What
lies
do you
right
think of
there.
Jackie Robinson? What do you think of Jackie Robinson then?
He's a good ball player. He ain't the best player of all time.
Yeah, he's a fine baseball
I
player.
didn't say he was the best player of all time, but you see what he was subjected to and still had to come through in play.
Absolutely.
So
Okay, so Bill Russell had
I
to
have
be
so
the
many-
coach as well as take the team to a championship.
Bill Russell,
I
great.
don't even see how you
Now,
can
Will,
say his rings don't even measure up. I don't see how you can say
well,
that.
I didn't
I
say
don't you
that.
have to explain to me what you're using as a measuring stick.
I didn't
Explain,
say
Kenny.
I said the rings aren't
I heard what you said.
everything when it comes to the discussion. That's all I said.
I like Will. Well, that's good stuff.
Will was pissed off.
Will's not pleased.
He said
Will's not pleased at all. I did. There is one thing I wanted to bring up to Will, because I thought about this. Did you see the? Oh man, I didn't even retweet it. I can't remember who put it out there, but it said something like, these are the only teams to never lose. They've never lost in a finals. And it's like Chicago, they've been to 6 NBA finals, they're 6-0. It's Toronto, they went to the 1 finals, they're 1-0. And the other one is the Royals.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know if you saw that, but
I didn't see that, but I
so the Royals team looks a little bit different than what an NBA team looks like today. And so, like, I know, like, Bill Russell is so important to basketball.
Yeah.
And he's so important to the civil rights movement of that era.
Mm-hmm.
But there weren't a lot of players that looked like Bill Russell in the league at the time. Like, it's not like they brought in. The league didn't look like it looks like today, where it was a predominantly black league.
Right. It's the exact opposite, actually.
So does that take away a little bit? Because I always say Major League Baseball didn't start till Jackie Robinson integrated the league.
All right.
I don't care what the 27 Yankees did or what all Babe Ruth. Like, you got to be kidding me. That's the white league. That's all it is. You had a white league and you had a Negro league. Simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
NBA, like maybe you didn't have the best players in the world playing basketball back then. So many of them weren't allowed to.
Well, and on top of that, and this is, you got to factor this in just a little bit. I try not to make it everything because that's unfair to the guys that played in a different time. But I mean, the game was just different.
Yeah,
the game, like you was out here.
Will's probably still screaming at us too.
Bob Cousy, come on, man. Bob Cousy get dogged out today.
Has anyone? Because I know we've all done it because it's jarring. We've all looked at Wilt Chamberlain's numbers. Yeah. Like they're insane. Like he averaged 50 and 25 one year.
Come on, man. Come on. And this is my argument all the time with Wilt Chamberlain. And maybe it's not an exact science, but this is how I feel. You can scale back his numbers and say, all right, he wouldn't average 50 in today's game. Cut it in half. The man would be like 25 and 13.
The first 12 years of his career, he didn't average below 21 rebounds.
Come on, man. Come on. And that's why I got Wilt. I got Wilt in the top 5. I got him at number 4.
Man, that 48.5 minutes per game is so jarring to see. That is just an astonishing thing to see. Now, we've all done that, though, with Wilt Chamberlain. We've all looked at the records and just oohed and awed over it. Mm-hmm. Have we ever done that with Bill Russell?
No.
Do it.
No, I think his off the top of my head, I think his rebounding numbers would be crazy. I think
as long as you don't look at Wilt's first.
Oh my gosh! Well,
hits a little different when you actually see it, doesn't it?
Man, I mean,
let's leave this alone.
Yeah, man.
We are not going to diminish Bill Russell. We're not doing it.
I'm just gonna big up Wilt, man.
That's all. Will, we appreciate you. We love you. What Kenny said was rings aren't the only measurement for greatness. A number of things go into it. Yep, Wilt has some incredible personal numbers. Bill Russell has some incredible rings, an incredible number of rings. Michael Jordan's got a tremendous combination of both. LeBron James has a tremendous combination of both. Now Steph Curry has a tremendous combination of both. You're laughing. Don't you dare say a bad word about Bill Russell.
No.
We're moving on. We've done enough.
No, I'm not.
It's Juneteenth.
No.
Don't do it.
Hear me out. I'm not, because I'm not even on his page no more. I'm just laughing at the absurdity of Wilt Chamberlain. Can I just,
ridiculous.
Since we're here, can I just go down? I don't even know what this is. It's probably like 8 years. Comes into the league 37 and 27, 38 and 27, 50 and 25, 44 and 24, 36 and 22, 34 and 23, 38 and 23, 30 and 22, 33 and 24. Yeah. And then he falls off the face of the earth and goes 24 and 24.
He played 82 games 5 times, 81 games 2 more times, and 80 games 3 times, and 79 twice. Like, he did not miss games.
And I've seen these numbers before, and now I'm seeing them again. And it's just
crazy. That's
what I always say about Wilt is, if you want to just be like, hey, he wouldn't have done that today and cut his numbers in half, he's still like a 10-time All-Star every year. Every year.
All of those numbers that you just read, and he was a career 51% free throw shooter.
Right.
Even the year he averaged 50 was the year he shot his best free throw percentage, which was 61.
Well, crazy. And when he was 30 and 31, when he kind of fell off the face of the earth, and I say that as a joke, he went 24 and 24, but they're on 7.8 assists a night. The next year, 24 and 23, they're on 8.6 assists a night. It's just what he's doing.
Man, Will sent us down a rabbit hole. Goodness gracious. I don't think I'd ever looked up
Russell's page.
Yeah.
I love Bill Russell.
But y'all should go ahead and do that. Next time someone makes the argument, just snapshot what you're looking at in your head. And if go look up the Cincinnati Royals championship team. Go look up that squad real quick. Just look at the rotational 6 or something. I'm not sure. Just go take a look. If I can find that tweet.
Cincinnati, huh?
What was it before Cincinnati? Because there was another Royals. Was it? Might have been Rochester. I don't know. It was the Royals. It might have been Rochester.
Yeah.
But it was definitely the Royals.
Oh, there we go. Oh, I was looking. It was Rochester in 50-51, that great year of 50-51. Trying to see a picture here. I don't really see a picture. Oh, yeah.
I should have retweeted it. It's my bad for not retweeting it. I don't even know who. I don't even know where I saw it.
They did this with a very young squad, though. I think the Paul Noel
wasn't their age that stood out.
Paul Noel was the elder statesman with 3 years experience.
Oh my!
Everybody else was either
all the more reason to draft Jaden Ivey. All the more. This all comes back to Jaden Ivey. All the more reason to draft Jaden Ivey. Mark Stein, because apparently the Memphis Grizzlies weren't busy enough on social media this weekend. Mark Stein reported
real quick.
Yep.
What was going on with them? So did I miss something? What did I miss?
What they were? It was Ja and I think it was just Ja and Draymond.
People?
Yeah, no, it was Draymond. Like I think because Clay referenced Jaren Jackson's strength in numbers tweet after the finals, and he referred to him. Did he call him a clown?
JJ, it's clown, yeah.
Because I know he called him. I know he referred to him as a Memphis Grizzlies player. Like he didn't even say his name. I didn't realize he called him a clown. That's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they started talking about playing on Christmas, real estate, all of this different stuff. But it was just Ja and Draymond. Well, no, like taking up real estate. There was Ja and Draymond just going at it back and forth.
Oh, okay.
But Mark Stein had a little blurb in his newsletter that apparently even the Memphis Grizzlies are interested in moving up to the number 4 spot.
Woj told us people not in the lottery have inquired about that.
And that must be the Memphis Grizzlies because they are definitely not in the lottery.
Or Atlanta.
Could be Atlanta as well, but
a lot of people were trying to get at the pick. A lot of people.
I guess except for Sacramento. I don't know. I found a different tweet featuring the Rochester Royals that I just retweeted for everybody to see at Damian Barling.
See what time it is. You know what
it's
saying?
This is the Dream NBA Finals actually happened. The Rochester Royals, which is essentially the Sacramento Kings, defeated the New York Knicks in 7 games in 1951.
Okay.
So,
wow. Okay.
See that?
Okay.
There it is.
Right.
There's your Rochester Royals right there. 1951.
These are the best players in the world?
Right there.
Oh,
1951.
Right. Okay. These guys, all right.
That's even before Bill Russell, I think.
Wow. Okay. Best players in the world.
Yep. James Ham is going to join us to get us back on track here coming up in a couple of minutes, coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour, as a matter of fact. Grizzlies are one of the more interesting non-lottery teams that I've heard interested in moving up. Obviously, okay. Just quick note to Ja and perhaps the entire Memphis Grizzlies staff: tread lightly. Like, don't do this. Don't try to get into this back and forth with the Golden State Warriors. They're better than you. Do it after you beat them in a playoff series. Don't do it before. Don't try to get into a back and forth with them. Don't be Daryl Morey. Don't go chasing, like, trying to beat them, because they ran Daryl Morey off to the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
Where he's now failing out there. Yes.
Yeah.
That's a great point, by the way. The Golden State Warriors may have broken Daryl Morey's brain.
Or James Harden, one of the two. Take a pick. Now, I will say this.
It could be true for both of them.
I will say this about Ja and the Grizzlies or whatever. I mean, I'll tell you like this: somebody call my guy a bum and a clown.
Yeah, that's
like I'm gonna have to say something like, "Hey, you guys beat us. We're not taking that away from you, but watch your mouth. I don't care who you are. Watch your mouth. Don't call my guy a bum and a clown."
Yeah, I'm okay. I was surprised Clay did that at wait a minute. Like, what do you clearly remember the tweet? Like, right. We talking about some Memphis Grizzlies player. Like, I didn't even think that was.
It was in a regular season game. It didn't even say like in the playoff matchup.
I didn't even think that was a crazy. I didn't even think that was a crazy call by Jaren Jackson.
No,
but Robbie got a great point. Robbie got a great point though. Grizzlies do be talking.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, for sure. Yeah. We probably will get those guys on Christmas.
And that's all right.
People talk about the Grizzlies as being like the next championship contender. I don't. Like I said, I guess I'm gonna just always be wrong about the Grizzlies forever. Like I ain't seeing that. I'm not seeing that.
They're just I think they're a young, exciting team. Mm-hmm. And I believe that they are. They're young and exciting, and people think they're going to take another step forward this year. Let's wait and see. Let's see it again. Like they've got to put together a string of a couple of seasons here before we start anointing them. I do believe they have the tools, though. I believe they have the tools to be a very, very good team. But I mean, they may already be a very good team. Like I think they have the tools
this year, so they definitely get that that notion of being a good team this particular season.
I mean,
they got into the playoffs last year, so
yeah. I mean, Atlanta was a 60-win team once too.
True, very true, very true. Yeah, we don't have to see. And like Kenny Smith once said, it's easy to go from a level C to B. It's not as easy to go from B to A.
It's a good call. Yeah. Let's just regroup for a second. I'm still a little thrown by Will. It's not often you get yelled out about Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain and
as I said, Will, I got love for you. Well, call them more often. If you disagree, I want to hear from you, Will.
I'm really sad that I looked up Bill Russell's. I wish I hadn't done that.
That man was shooting 44% from the field.
Hey, stop.
Well, I'll just
stop.
And see
we're gonna step out. We're gonna go.
I didn't know that was jarring.
Happy Juneteenth, Bill Russell. James Ham joins us next here on ESPN 1320. Oh man. If he let us have it, I can't imagine what he said to you. Oh man. Yeah, Bill Russell is a legend. No doubt about it. Important to the game, important to the movement. No question, no question. I think it's July. So next month. Appreciate you, Russ. Yeah, he very well may be. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I don't want to call them lucky because I think they're good, but I think you're right in about the way that the Western Conference shaped out a little bit. I keep waiting for Jesse to say so. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, I meant to bring that up today. Yes, we're definitely doing that. Okay. Yeah, definitely want to do that because that's a Monday, right? Okay. Yeah. Let's do that. Yeah, Jaren Jackson's holding an L, but let's chill out on calling these dudes clowns, man. I don't really ride with that. Boy, and that's saying something. Was he the GM? He was the GM and the coach, right? Was he both? Oof. Yeah, they thought they were wronged in a major way. They thought they were wronged in a major, major way. Yeah, that's what I thought, Shannon. Thank you. I see you, Rizzo. Yeah, no, I agree about Denver. The Lakers, you're going to have to show me, man. Yeah, his rebounding numbers are ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I could have heard it. Yeah, that looks about right, Steven. That looks about right. Y'all got to see our. Oh, now y'all are hitting the tweets, man. That's funny. Y'all got to go see the Rochester. Oh, yeah, I forgot. It's talk wrestling at this time. Warren, I don't think Warren. You messaged something about Stephanie and Hunter. I don't think that's true. I mean, I don't know that it's not, but I don't think that it is. I just think that's one of those things that are out there. Jesse just asked if Sasha is done with WWE. Is that one of their biggest fumbles of all time? It might be their big. It might be the biggest fumble of all time. Off the top of my head, I can't think of a bigger one. I mean, yeah, Punk for sure, but Cody stepped away and made himself a bigger star. Yeah, I mean, Sasha's as big of a star as they have. Yep. Which they won't do. They will not do. Why did they let you go again? Who's they? Oh, Rizzo. Oh, they just wanted to save money, bro. That's all it was. I ain't even mad. Just part the game. In a better, I mean, it's cliche, but everything happens for a reason because we here building this joint, or y'all are building it. What's the hypothetical? Yeah, I wasn't able to put that one together. I don't know. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll try. We're working on it.
If they're smart.
Mm-hmm. We know they're either watching or listening, so y'all, come on. We got you.
I do think this
is where the big boys play.
Yeah. Y'all want to be prime time.
Oh,
yeah.
Y'all know. I have no idea how often something pops in my head and it's like, no, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't do that. You might. Jesse might, but yeah, sometimes it's like, yo, make a joke right here. Nah, forget it. You're listening to D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. James Ham set to join us coming up here at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. I gotta say this: been keeping an eye on the Warriors parade.
I
feel like the Rams party better. I don't know. I didn't see any bottles of Luke Belaire on this on the Warriors parade, but
that's a fact. The Warriors missed the boat on that one. They missed the boat. They could have had some Luke Belaire on there. Could have chose to go on a different route, and it just don't really pop the same, to be honest with you.
I mean, and I know this doesn't sit well with you, but a true measure of a champion is how they celebrate, and the Rams celebrated properly. They did it right. Absolutely. They did it right with that Luke Belaire.
Absolutely. I don't know what the Warriors are popping.
they're popping Ripple or something. I don't know what they're doing, man. It don't even look right. But Steph or Clay's out there running fans over. Poor dude tripping and falling and taking folks out along the way.
The scene does look crazy out there. There's like a couple of videos or pictures that are taken on the bus, and I guess after they pass, they're just letting people in the streets, and that's cool. It's crazy. It's a crazy scene.
So the barriers go down as they pass.
That's what it looks like.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah, and it's a crazy scene to see because they do a thing where they look back. There's one in particular where Clay hoists up the trophy to the people that they just passed, and it is just people feeling the streaks all the way down Market Street. It's crazy visual.
And those aren't even people for the parade. Those are people who just came out of their offices for work that day. It's just it's a normal traffic day in San Francisco right now.
You know, good for them. You know, they're the champions. You know, it's whatever though.
Shout out to our crew. Shout out to Kyle and Bush.
Oh yeah, big
and
ups to them, man.
And our crew out there.
Big ups to them for sure. One of these days.
Stephen Brown says Kenny has been quiet about Shaedon Sharpe lately.
I don't even know what the hell that means.
Well, he's saying you've been quiet about him. Are you off the bandwagon?
Absolutely not. I just don't think they're gonna do it. I mean, you said it. The guy Stephen Brown was worried about him taking workouts and everything. Apparently, he's been killing all these workouts.
Yeah, just not here. You can't tell me that's not concerning.
It's not. It is a little concerning. I'll say this, but it's not because you got control. They don't want to. They don't want to come to the workouts. That's fine. But if I want to pick you, I'm gonna pick you.
Yeah, like what does it mean that like let's just stick with Shaedon Sharpe because the team's at the top of my head. He apparently he was killing it with Portland. He had a great what was it, a 4-on-4 or a 5-on-5 with Portland?
3-on-3. Okay. I think it was 3.
Well, of course, it was the one number I didn't pick. 4-on-4, 5-on-5. Kenny says, "Well, actually, Kenny just Ramsey'd me." Well, actually, it was 3-on-3.
Well, you asked the question. You said, "What was it?" And then I
don't know why I thought it was a 4-on-4 or 5-on-5. But regardless, Portland's at 7. You missing the opportunity to work out with a team that's drafting at number 4. That's concerning to me, man.
Yeah,
it's concerning to me.
I get it. I get it for sure. And like we talked about earlier, they got to get on their good foot with some of these agents. Did you see that?
Okay, just because I'm not crazy, Sharpe is a projected high lottery, and sources say he's conducted strong group workouts such as 3-on-3 and 4-on-4 scrimmages.
There we go.
Showcase. I don't know where the 5-on-5 came from. I made that part up.
Well, because that's basketball.
Right. that's how the game's played.
But okay, hey man. Either way, the boy's doing workouts. I mean, he's talented. We all know that. At least I do. I mean, there's a lot of people who said he wasn't talented, but you know, that's neither here nor there. Every time you see him play, anybody that's seen him play says, "Hey, this guy's the goods." We all know what time it is. Can we talk about like one of my favorite quotes of the draft season, though?
Yeah. From
my man Shaedon Sharpe. Did you catch this? They're talking about it a little bit in the chat. But when he was talking on the Zoom the other day, and he's like, yeah, I can do everything, I play some defense, you know what I'm saying? I get the ball to my teammates, give them their little shine or whatever, and give them their little shine.
Like they all right.
I get to my teammates, man, give them their little shine. And then,
that's funny. I did see that quote. That's funny. That's a good line. That's what Kenny does with me each day. He lets me get a little shine, and he gives the ball to me every once in a while, and then
I would love Shaedon Sharpe here at Sacramento. I love that'd be the little homie. I talk to Chad like Shaedon, bro. Come on, man. I got you here in Sac, bro. You a little
You be
homie. Come on,
giving him
man.
them pep talks like he did the air.
I'll be like, Shaedon, what's good, little Brody? Come on, man. Come on over here, man. I'll teach you the ins and outs about Sac. What, you need a good home cooked meal? Come on, man. Come to the crib, man.
Shaedon, I'm your big bro king. Just keep him away from Cheryl in Elk Grove. We ain't heard from her yet. She was probably one of them people hanging out with Klay Thompson at the parade.
Man.
If y'all missed Cheryl in Elk
She's out of
Grove
control
on Friday, that was an all-time show moment for sure. She literally told us we should leave California.
Yeah.
We should
come
leave
on,
California.
Man. Come on, man. I got the Carfax on Cheryl in Elk Grove too.
I think that should go into our new show open. Y'all should leave California.
But just my family talking mean. Is that should be in there?
Your family is pretty mean to you, by the way, except for Reese.
Man.
Reese clearly loves you, but the women in your life.
You want to know what happened? And I'm almost embarrassed to say this. There's a little situation in the house, right, where I'm a one-man Wolfpack. I like the Giants, I like the Niners, like the Kings, and I'm all alone. And Reese has this whole thing about I'm from LA, I was born in LA, that's my hometown. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Harbor City, Kaiser. I mean, right there in LA. He's from Los Angeles County. Don't get it twisted.
Wow.
But
you know what that means.
Okay, Lake Show. Well, he hasn't gone there, but it's even worse. For me, it's even worse. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's even worse. This guy asked for, but I'm ashamed, received the Dodgers hat yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah.
How I know you didn't buy it.
I bought him the Dodgers hat. Now, it was one of those, I don't know if you've seen it, like their big league chew hats where they're like neon green or whatever.
No.
And I tried to pass it off. I was like, man, whatever, man. But then we went to another store and he saw like the Giants one and the A's one. He's like, oh man, I really want the one that has LA on it because I'm from LA.
Oh, okay. This doesn't okay. What color did he get?
He got like the neon green.
Oh, that's okay. It doesn't look like a Dodgers hat.
Yeah, like I wouldn't get him a blue Dodgers hat. Like I wouldn't do that, but still it has the LA on there.
Yeah, it's there. Yeah.
And but I told him straight up. I said, look, man, I've tried for almost 10 years to protect you. If you want to go for these loser teams, I can't protect you no more. I can't. All right. If you want to root for these little loser teams, do what you got to do. I know I'm gonna be over here winning.
Says the Kings fan.
And he's a Warriors fan.
Says the dude who was decked out in Warriors gear with his dad's championship ring in his hand, getting a lecture from a Kings fan.
The only thing I got him in is I got him in football. And I'm not trying to start no mess, but he tries to side with his mother.
Oh,
look,
man.
you do that if you want to. You do that if you want to, because you know what's going on over here. We winning over here. Oh, and while we're at it, that was a great transition that I didn't even know I was going to do. Hey man, don't listen to the media. We go through this every year. Every year. Who was it? Was it? It was
ESPN? The NFL. It was
NFL Network.
I love that. I don't know what you're talking about, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
We go through this every year.
It was the NFL Network.
And what they said that the Niners record was going to be.
James will be with us in 1 second when Kenny's done venting. 9-8.
Hey man, Niners ain't losing 8 games, man. Y'all got to stop this. Niners ain't losing 8 games. They lost like what 4 in a row last year, 4 out of 5 or 5 out of 6 or something like that, and they went 10-7. They ain't losing 8 games this year, y'all. But people wanted to happen so bad. They wanted to happen so bad. It ain't gonna happen.
I feel like they misjudge the 49ers quite regularly as we welcome in our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, the Hammer, James Hammer. What's up, buddy?
Not a whole lot. Nothing to see here.
You're lying. You're listening to on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. James. What does this all mean? Like, why? no one is working out for this team. Shaedon Sharpe is working out for Portland. Guys are working out. They're just not working out for the Kings. Make this make sense.
Yeah, I wish I could make that part of it make sense. Because I still think it's like a missed opportunity. No matter what happens here, I still think it's a missed opportunity. I mean, like we've been on these calls with the top end prospects like nonstop, and no one even realized that the Kings were at some of these workouts. I know they were there, and I saw video of Jaden Ivey like doing his thing, and sitting right next to the court is Monte McNair and Vivek Ranadive, but it seems like there was not even a conversation afterwards. And some of these prospects, not only did they have conversations, but then they set up another private workout with the team, with some of the teams. I know Ivy, I believe he said OKC, he did a private workout at his gym, the gym that he's working at down in Southern California, like a couple of days later or the next day. But that's not exactly what we've been seeing from the Kings, actually. At this point, the only, top 15-ish player to come through Sacramento for an actual workout is Jeremy Sohan from Baylor, right? Wow. Or is that Gonzaga? Baylor, yeah. My brain is overwhelmed at this point. We know now that Keegan Murray came in and had dinner with Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox, but again, didn't work out. I just think it's really interesting. It's a different way to manage your draft stuff. I hope it works out for them. But again, at what point, like it's typical that you at least get to know who the players are. You at least have a little bit more understanding, so you have it in your database about who these guys are. And that's where it's kind of the missed opportunity.
So from what I'm hearing, Ham, you're of the belief this is a Kings decision, not the agents are keeping these guys from Sacramento.
I don't think like 10 different agents kept guys out of Sacramento. I mean, that's collusion. And I don't think that's what we've had here. I do know like Dyson Daniels was supposed to come in last week and then decided against it at the last second. So, I mean, that is what it is. And of course, we've talked a little bit about Dyson Daniels being Dante DiVincenzo and Dyson Daniels have the same, agent grouping and stuff like that. But to me, it's just very strange. And I get it. They went and they saw a bunch of these players and they worked out for a bunch of these players. But, this is my 13th draft that I've covered. I've never seen anything like this. Even when you couldn't get players, you still got players. In Sacramento. And that's just not the case.
James, I'm going to offer this advice to Monte McNair free of charge. Told Kenny this, told everybody this who was with us at the top of the show. I've had it.
Oh my.
I've had it with you.
Oh.
I've had it with Quentin Mayo. I've had it with Deuce and Mo and all these different trade proposals. I've had it with everybody.
Damn.
Draft Jaden Ivey. Simple. It's over. Draft Jaden Ivey. Do what you got to do in free agency. Do what you got to do when July 1st gets here. Draft Jaden Ivey. Let's keep it moving. I'm tired of it. Tired of all of this, James.
We're in a go big or go home situation, right? We're in a go big and go crazy, or just draft Jaden Ivey and be honest and real about who and what you are as a franchise and how far away you are from competing. And put yourself back on the 3-year track where, in 2 to 3 years, we'll know who Jaden Ivey is. And just like we knew who De'Aaron Fox was 3 years in, and start going from there. I mean, we're either do that or go bonkers, because if you go halfway here, you're just going to catch yourself in the middle for a long time. And you can see it. And if they can't, I think they can. I think that they can see it the same way that I see it. You have a choice here. You go back one move and pick up a really solid player, back 3 spots or 8 spots, pick up a really good player. Like that's where you're at. Either you do that or you draft Jaden Ivey, you tank for the 2023 draft, which is exceptional, and you play for that draft, I mean, that's where you either got to go big or go home.
Wait a minute. Let's back this up just a little bit here. If they keep, you're of the belief that the best course of action, if they draft Jaden Ivey or Keegan Murray or whoever it is, instead of making a trade, is to just tank for the next draft as well?
Yeah, because you're too far away. You don't have enough pieces. You know that, like, in most situations, unless you trade him now, you're not bringing back Harrison Barnes next year. Like this season, sure. The season after, no. He's an unrestricted free agent. Bringing him back is going to be nearly impossible if you're still not there. So, like, how do you do this? Either you got to go for it, or you have to accept who it is you are right now, and a team that wins 30 games and is in the top 4 of the NBA draft usually drafts and plans for the next draft, and then hopefully they get better in the coming years.
Oh, okay. Well, 1 second, Damien. So if I'm of the belief, I think they're a lot closer than that, regardless if they made 0 moves. I think they're a lot closer. Obviously, they'll make some moves or whatever the case may be. But if I'm De'Aaron Fox and James Hammond's talking to me about this, just get me the hell out of here this summer. Like I'm not sitting around in tanking for a 2023 draft pick. There's going to be another 18-year-old kid. Like, I'm not winning here. Like, that's what you're telling me. I'm not winning here. So get me the hell out of here right now.
No, I mean, that's kind of like you're in a position where, like, again, it doesn't matter if they're drafting 1, 2, 3, or 4. Not one of those players is going to make this go from a 30 to a 45-win team, which is the only way that you can guarantee you're in the playoffs, is winning roughly 45 games. There's not a single player in this draft that can make you jump 15 wins. And you can say, well, if we put this piece together, or we didn't get to see enough of Sabonis and Fox, like, no. Like, be real. Where are you at? You're a 30-win team. So you have to, like, this team needs 3 or 4 pieces to become a playoff contender. And there are very few ways to get 3 or 4 pieces in one single offseason, unless you literally walk in the offseason with $70 million in cap space and you're a A-list market. That's the only way to do it. And even if you had all that, this is still a weird free agent crop. I don't even know if you could get the player that you wanted. What, like, if you had $70 million, maybe you get like some weird Kyrie, Bradley Beal, both of them opt out of their contracts and decide to come to one team. But what I'm saying is, like, look, you're caught in the middle, and this team is always caught in the middle. This is the time to either build it out now or acknowledge who and what you were going to be and take a step back. And so that's where I'm at. I can see a lot of ways forward.
Where you're at is a horrible, horrible place to be.
And where am I? I'm like 240 games under 500, and that's my record. Like, over 12 years, 240 games under 500. No, I'm at a realistic place, man. That's like, yeah, like
James.
Yeah.
For the record, I do disagree with James. I think they're a little closer than James gives them credit for. I do.
I think I simultaneously disagree with both of you. I think I'm somewhere a little bit more in the middle, where I just don't understand how you make this deal for Domantas Sabonis, and just that alone. And I get it; it's not enough. You have to be better in that regard. Just with that one deal right there, all of this talk about the best player, with all due respect to Tyrese Halliburton, the best player that De'Aaron Fox has ever played with, you have to be better immediately. The season, regardless of a John Collins trade, a Malcolm Brogdon trade, a Jaden Ivey draft pick, a Keegan Murray draft pick, a Paolo Banchero draft pick. The whole season hinges on whether De'Aaron Fox is going to average 18 points for the first 20 games or not. If De'Aaron Fox is the guy who ends the season to start the season, this team is in good shape. Mm-hmm. Regardless of however we work out this next couple of weeks, I think this team is in good shape. That's to me what we're worried about, these intangibles and these what ifs and these trade scenarios and these draft picks and ceilings and floors. Can the guy that you invested $160 some odd million in be a difference-making player from game 1 to game 82? That's what the team's playoff hopes hinge on to me.
No, I get that, and I get that the pairing of Fox and Sabonis has a potential to be great. I do. I think that they can be absolutely spectacular together. But you can't walk in, like, we're acting like they can walk into this season with Trey Lyles and Chimezie Metu as their power forward combo, with Harrison Barnes on the final year of a deal and no backup small forward.
Work free agency. Well, there's more you can do without giving up that 4th pick to me.
Well, yeah, but when has working free agency ever worked? I mean, again, like, what are they going to go out and sign? The Costa Kufis, Marco Bellinelli, Rajon Rondo?
No, but you could still do trades in free agency once the new league year gets underway.
I get you. What we're talking about is a dramatic facelift. And, like, as far as I can tell right now, you need between 2 and 3 starters, depending on whether Harrison Barnes is part of the future or not. Like, you need either 2 or 3 starters going forward. So, like, again, if Dante DiVincenzo might be one of those pieces, maybe. But, you know, I don't think any of us think that the season is going to change with Dante DiVincenzo or again, bringing back Damian Jones, or like that. That's not going to change the outcome of this season. Like, you're in an arms race and you're way behind. Like, so I get it. Like, you want to draft the best player possible, and I totally agree with that. And Jaden Ivey, I think, you know, again, in a normal situation, go ahead and draft him. But if your goal is to make the playoffs, that's not what that move is. Unfortunately, that move that can lead to the playoffs in 2 years, in 3 years, but that's not a move that moves the needle at all this year. He's going to take plenty of time to get going, and then again, it's not like you have a bunch of cap space. And a mid-level exemption player has never changed the course of a franchise. So unless you think you're going to be able to get solid gold for Harrison Barnes, and look, you might be able to get something good. You might be able to make a move and go get a player like John Collins in, because, you know, Atlanta's cash strapped and wants to drop $100 million off their payroll for the next 4 years. That move moves the needle way more than any draft pick is going to in the next 2 years. So, yeah, we're in an interesting spot. Like, I really do think you gotta go big, and it's got to be more than one move. Like, moving back one spot and picking up a Sadiq Bey or a Jeremy Grant. I mean, that's nice, but that doesn't change that. Okay, maybe that gets you to 38 to 40 wins. Maybe. Now, where are you going to get the rest of the wins? And that's where this team is at. They've got to figure out how to get those wins.
Well, something's got to come from De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. That's my only point. Hell, you know what? Some of this has to come from Mike Brown too.
I agree. Let's just say best case scenario, and you get, I don't know, 45 points a night and, you know, 17 rebounds and 12 assists from the combo of Sabonis and Fox. Okay, where's the rest of it coming from? Like, nothing. This team needs to get to a point where they can write with pen what they're getting out of 5 positions, out of 5 of the rotational players. Not write with pencil, because that's
realistic. I don't think that's realistic.
Well, I think it's
We
pretty
can't
close.
even write in pen what we get from Harrison Barnes.
No, I mean that's true.
I think if you people not gonna like it, I think if you got Kyle Kuzma, you can write in pen what you're getting from him.
Kyle Kuzma still wants a parade for his 2020 Lakers championship.
And Kyle Kuzma's on a 1-year deal.
Yeah, you can't trade for him on the 1-year deal. You got to
opting out. He ain't coming back.
You got to see if he is going to get an extension or not. If he doesn't go for an extension, then you can't trade for him. But that's a guy that's 15 points a game that you can pencil in. 15 points a game. You can do the same thing basically with Harrison. But now you got Kuzma, Barnes. You got 15 that you're penciling for both of these guys. That's 30. You got 20 that you got for Fox. You got 18 that you can pencil in for Sabonis. Those are guys that you can rely on those numbers night in and night out, and then see if you can develop a Davion or whatever. If you got Dante, what you got with him. Those are guys that you can pencil in and put in what they're going to give you nightly.
I think one of the problems the Kings have is that you see who the players are that they have, and you can say, okay, I think this is where I think you can get 25 and 8 out of Fox, or 25 and 7. I think you can get 18 and 12 and 6 out of Sabonis. And then normally you look at a group of young players on a team and you go, okay, in a best case scenario, what step will they take? Well, they really only have one young player. So we can't assume that Davion Mitchell is going to take such a huge leap that he changes the whole trajectory of the team. And outside of that, you don't really have that grouping of players that you go, okay, they might be able to come up and be something bigger than they are. And sort of the improvement stake that you're looking for from your team. And that's a little difficult. When you don't have a young core at all, you've got a medium core, then you can't expect some sort of that group of players to all of a sudden be something that they had never been before. Yeah. That's what you expect from 20-year-olds, from 19-year-olds, from 21-year-olds going to 23. But when everyone's 24, 25, you kind of know who they are. There should be some variance, and especially what you're talking about with De'Aaron Fox not being just checked out the first 20 games of the season. And we forget about the other 8 games or whatever it was that, where he took a hiatus in the middle of the season. He
was on strike.
Yeah, but we can see sort of the cap on a few of these players and what they can be. Okay, well, that's good enough for 12th, 11th in the West. That's not good enough even for the play-in.
The other thing about it, James and Damian, this is just my thought, and what we kind of get lost in when you talk about somebody like De'Aaron Fox. No, he shouldn't be averaging 17 points a game. He's better than that. But I think in an ideal situation, he's not averaging 25 points a night. He can, but I think the sweet spot for Fox, in my opinion, is 20, 21, 8 assists, and he's got good enough ball players around him, whether it's Sabonis or a draft pick or Collins, wherever, where they can fill up the slack where he doesn't have to average 25 a night. I think that's the key. We always talk about unlocking De'Aaron Fox. That's the key, having other people around him where he's not forced to put up 25 a night or they lose by 10.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm looking around and I'm where's the rest of it? So, I mean, prime De'Aaron Fox should be able to be a difference maker for this team, but that only gets you so far. It's tough. I would like to tell you that Dante DiVincenzo he's not going to average 18 a game. If he goes back to his good year where he averaged close to 14 a game and then faded a little bit, that's kind of who you've got. Davion Mitchell can take a leap, but his leap is 14 to 15 points a game as sort of a cap. Mm-hmm. So again, I need to see where the rest of the pieces are coming from, because we looked at last season and I like Mo Harkless as a guy. On a team like this, he's not good enough to play the 3 for major minutes. And that's not because he's a bad player. It's that he's a defensive specialist. He's not good enough. You got to have players around him that are way better that can support him on the court at the same time. The Kings don't have those players. Get to the power forward position, it's a mess, So, yeah, I think there are holes all over this thing and future holes, in the Harrison Barnes situation. So, yeah, it's interesting, but this is a moment where you can really craft your future and put your stake to say, I built that team. That's a team that's my stamp. The rest of the roster is gone. it's very possible that this offseason we see the departure of Rashawn Holmes and Harrison Barnes. That would leave De'Aaron Fox as the only player left from when Monte McNair took over the team.
Wow.
Well, James,
season we could see the departure of Monte McNair. So hey, this is fun.
look, James, hold on, man. You got me shell shocked. I think you got everybody shell shocked with you.
Yeah, they're
a tank if they draft, bro. They don't have to tank. Like they could draft and trade for John Collins.
Put the fedora on. Be happy Ham with the fedora on.
But okay, they can draft and go get John Collins, but the only way you're getting John Collins and without giving up your pick is to give up Harrison Barnes.
All right.
So while I'm not saying that, I mean, they're pretty close to a swap out. And so who's going to play small forward for this team? Whoever you draft. Like, again, there's not a play. Like, Keegan Murray can come in and he can play minutes, but he's not going to be the difference between you winning, you know.
Whoever you draft, I don't think it'll be a straight up trade for John Collins. We talked about it before. You may be getting Kevin Huerter, you know, in that deal. And I'm not saying Kevin Huerter is some kind of game changer, but I think we all like his game here. So you're adding it with Collins and Huerter and your draft pick. And I guess you got an opportunity to re-sign Dante. Plus, you still have another trade chip with Rashawn Holmes and a couple other expiring. There's other things that we can do before we get to the tank.
20.
I'm not saying that that's the Kings because they won't do it. That's the problem. But a normal team that it's in this situation where they have, you know, maybe 25% of what their roster should be, and they're looking at a number 4 pick, they draft the best player available and they figure out, and then they play for 2-3 years. They play for when that player is going to start to really turn it on. And that's where you get into next year's draft, which is an exceptional draft.
That's where you can't, like, there's nothing to compare the Kings to. Like, there's no team to compare the Kings to because the Kings have never, the Kings have never picked the direction. And it's now put us in a situation where De'Aaron Fox is going into the second year of his contract extension. And now you're trying to figure out, okay, we got the 4th pick. What direction are we going to go here? We all thought we knew what they would do when it was a 7th or an 8th pick. Now it's a 4th pick, and it's like, what do we do here?
It's a blessing and a curse. It is. Moving up to number 4. The only thing I'll tell you, like, if I'm looking at this and it was my team and I'm running it, I'm either taking, you know, again, Jaden Ivey. I got 2 options. Or I'm trading back twice. I'm trading once to get back into the range where I should have been picking and picking up a starter rotational player. And
James
then
says, we don't deserve this. We're trading back to 7.
Well, no, because that gives you the opportunity to add one of those pieces that you're missing and still have your pick. And then I'm considering moving back again because I think I can do it again in this particular year. And, you know, like every year is different. You know, the situation again with Atlanta that we're hearing is that like Atlanta needs to clear some cap space. And there are people that they would like to get, but now they've got a front office that's probably up against it, you know, that got them to the Eastern Conference Finals and then took a gigantic step backwards. And now their salary cap situation is not good and they've got to figure out a way around it. And so that's where, like, you go out there. I love hearing the report that Monte McNair is trying to do it without the number 4 pick in the draft. That's good. Yeah. I mean, again, if you it takes something to get something in the NBA. And in that situation, you know, your expiring contracts are going to get you something. And that is, you know, expiring contracts they used to be worth gold. In the right situation, they can be. But, you know, again, this is a moment where the Kings have to change the entire trajectory of their franchise in one offseason, or they need to be realistic. That's at least my opinion.
And me and Damian, we've kind of split on this whole situation because he told you, I'm stupid. You're stupid, James. This is all stupid. Just draft Jaden Ivey.
I didn't say stupid. I said I'm sick of you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There
you
goes
should
the
be
media.
sick of us.
There goes the media again. Putting words in his mouth.
Making stuff up.
That damn media.
Why are you disrespecting Bill Russell, Kenny?
Yeah.
But so that's how he feels. I think, and this is a pure hypothetical here, if the Wizards deal that we talked about a week ago is on the table with Kyle Kuzma, Denny, and you swap to the 10th pick, I do that. I make that move because I'm in the same arena as you, James, where you need some players. Even though I think they're a little closer than you think, you need some players. You pick up Kyle Kuzma, who would be a starter. You get Denny, who's a rotational guy. You still have your draft pick at 10. And then you still have Harrison Barnes, where you can go get another starter, whether that's John Collins or something like that. And I think that builds out your roster for this upcoming season more than just drafting, because that's your biggest asset right now is that draft, is that number 4 pick.
Yeah, I mean, I get that move. Like, again, the Kuzma thing is always going to stand out because his contract. And I just don't think, he thinks he's Hollywood. I don't think he's going to think it's okay to go to Sacramento and just stick around. So, I mean, I would counter with, if I'm going to do that move or I'm going to think about that move, I would prefer to move back one spot with Detroit, pick up one of their starting forwards, and, then you're at number 5 and you have a better position. You're still good in the draft. You can take a Keegan Murray there, and at least now 2 years from now you've got 2 starting level forwards.
Is that 3 and 4 in your position? I mean, in this scenario you're creating, are those 3 in your 4?
Yeah.
I mean, Jeremy Grant, I assume, is the trade back, and then you draft.
Yeah. So Jeremy, well, that, and I think Detroit would be more likely to trade Jeremy Grant in that situation, just because he's 28 going on 29 and he wants big money, and he's already owed $21 million next year, where Bay fits their player arcs. He's 23 years old. He's under contract, under team control for another 6 years, pretty much. It's just different. I think that they would be more likely. And I think Jeremy Grant's a slightly better player, but I think he fits really well. He can play the small forward. He can play the power forward. He also blocks shots. He's a 3-and-D guy, all that stuff. He is a really good fit. Now, whether Detroit wants to make that move or not, I think it really depends on whether they believe that the Kings are going to find a taker outside of them for the number 4 spot, because they would like Ivey, of course. There's a bunch of teams that would like Ivey. But again, that's not horrible. And then you can go out and try to take Harrison Barnes and go move him in a deal for a guy like John Collins. And then, look, just because you have 2 forwards doesn't mean that you don't go get another one. If you had, again, Jeremy Grant and you drafted Keegan Murray at number 5, you certainly would still want to go out and get a guy like John Collins, because then, you're going to have a 3-forward rotation that's actually legitimate in the NBA. Not what you've run out there for the last couple of years, where, to be honest, it's just not good enough.
And of course, part of this thinking is Harrison will be gone sooner, rather at some point relatively soon. Harrison Barnes probably won't be here.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't trade Harrison unless you're getting a younger version or something that works in the same function as Harrison Barnes.
But even at that, you're probably not operating. Even if he is here, you're probably not operating with the thought he's here next year. You have to start putting in plans for when Harrison Barnes isn't a member of the Sacramento Kings, unless you believe you can re-sign him or you have the desire to re-sign him.
Of course. I mean, with Harrison, you're looking at it, either you're going to trade him now or you're going to trade him at the deadline, because you should know right now, they already have a good idea whether they could sign him to an extension or not. And if the answer is no, they can't sign him to an extension, then he needs to be on the block, either now at the draft so you can accumulate more assets right now, or at the trade deadline when, again, we're at that situation where what happens if you're good, what happens if you're in playoff contention and you don't have clearance to trade Harrison Barnes at the deadline, and then you lose him next offseason for nothing, which, the Kings have done quite a few times where they didn't make the right move in that situation.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about Harrison Barnes, and I want to ask James more about this dinner that allegedly happened and what James makes of that. That's all coming up here. James is going to change hats. He's going to put on the fedora. He'll be happy when we return here on ESPN 1320. I love that the fedora signals happy ham. That's the best thing in the world.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm being too realistic, but I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I mean, this team is too far away.
I need to get up for 1 second, guys. Sorry.
So.
Yeah. Just a reminder to everybody out there trying to help you out here. About to get hot this week. Energy Upgrade California reminds you. Power down between 4 and 9. Try to not to use any electronics or appliances between 4 and 9. That'll allow you to do whatever you need to do later on in the day. Help you with your energy bill and keeping California golden.
521 people in here. Make sure you're doing do the thumbs up thing.
Oh yeah, hit that thumbs up, man. Hit the thumbs up. Hit it.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this is where we're at, man. We're at the final stages of this thing, and I just don't see. I think that there's plenty of potential for upside here. I think that they can build this thing out. That's maybe I need to switch hats to say that, but I actually have faith that they can do this. I'm not just saying that you're horrible and just go away. But I am saying that you need to make a decision.
Yeah, I would move back. If the Wizards deal was there, I'd do that. The
There
Knicks
you
would
go.
make a deal.
I'll put the fedora on for you.
There we go. Happy ham.
All right, people.
There we go.
We'll get through this. Yeah.
Well, everyone, I'll give you my trauma theory when we return.
Well, man, all our guys, Deuce Mason tapping in, and me and Deuce were talking last week about Mathurin, and we like Mathurin. Now, maybe I know they probably wouldn't draft him at 4, but if it was a move back scenario, and you were able to add some kind of vet piece and find a way to get Mathurin.
Hey,
Mathurin.
I really, really like Mathurin.
I like that dude. That guy can go.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think he's going to be a stud. I think he's safer than AJ Griffin. Yeah. No, I'm not upset at all about Monty going to Woj. No, but if you're going to go talk through a bullhorn, you better have something more than move along, nothing to see here. If that's where you're going, you set this thing up.
By the way, for the people asking, you once again have spoken into the universe. Drake Yu gonna be here on draft day.
Let's go.
Figure out the times and everything. Drake Yu gonna pull up.
Oh, I like Drake. He's a good dude.
Right. James, you want to do anything on draft day? I was going to talk about that with you after the show.
Yeah, I'll be around. I'll be down at Golden One, but you guys are going to be on during the day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll find a spot there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and then we'll do our normal Friday stuff.
Yeah. Big ups to our guard Kendra as well, and the Kings for their Juneteenth celebration yesterday. Big ups.
KMB.
Yeah. Moves being made out there. I like that.
Indeed. They got interesting. Mitchell and Ness 75th anniversary gold hardwood classic swingman jerseys. This Rodman jersey's pink. We're coming back, guys. Hang on. live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, live on youtube.com/ESPN1320, live on Facebook as well. We welcome in over 500 people watching the show right now, and countless others listening on the Odyssey app and on 1320 AM. For those that aren't watching, we're happy to let you know that James Ham has taken off the baseball hat and donned the fedora. We dub this Happy Ham. So maybe we'll shed his realistic view of the Sacramento Kings and put on his happy hat and maybe be a little more irrational, like the rest of us, like me. When I say just draft Jaden Ivey and that fixes everything.
Yeah, that's some next level purple flavored Kool-Aid.
Oh my!
I think this is all. I had this theory I presented to Kenny and everyone kind enough to listen earlier, that I think all of this. This is all based out of trauma. Like part of my thing with Jaden Ivey is that I'm hearing so many people who I trust say great things about Jaden Ivey, and while I believe Keegan Murray is a really good ball player too, you start to get those vibes of, oh man, we passed on Luka Doncic, and then you start to think of, and I'm not saying that Jaden Ivey is Luka Doncic at all, but like you start thinking about missing on Dame Lillard, and you missed on Klay Thompson, and you missed on Steph Curry, and you missed on this player, and you missed on that player. And these are all players that you realistically had chances to draft. And then you just sink in here and like you're going to trade it away for John Collins. And then this Jaden Ivey kid is going to go off to be a 25-point per game scorer. He's going to be the next Steph Curry, or he's going to be the next Dame Lillard, or he's going to be this and be that. And it's all rooted, James, in trauma.
Okay. Yeah, I can agree with a lot of that. I mean, this team is missed so often that it's like staggering. And, they've tried to build through the draft for, 15, 16 years, and it hasn't worked. Now, that doesn't mean you quit trying to build through the draft, but there comes a point where your players reach a specific age where you have to give them immediate help and you have to build something around them, or you have to acknowledge that they really aren't the long-term answer and that you need to start over and they might be placeholders while you start building something else. And so, look, I think, like, I've been very clear to you guys what I would do. I would trade down multiple times if possible. Actually, I was on a pod today with somebody, and they called it the trade trickle down trade. I thought it was ingenious, but for me, like, look, I think that there's possibilities to do this. You talk about speaking things into existence, but it sure does feel like the Kings have done a little bit of that over the last couple of days. They're trying to speak things into existence. They're trying to build value at the 4 pick. They're trying to get involved in the John Collins sweepstakes without giving up the number 4 pick. Like, look, they know where they're at. I don't think I'm saying anything that they don't understand. They know how many NBA players are on that roster, how many true NBA starting or rotational players are on that roster. And if they don't, then you got, then you're listening to somebody who doesn't know basketball that well. Like, that's just not who this team is. They're too far away. So I think they can do it. I think they do have the ammunition between expiring contracts, between guys like Rashawn Holmes and Harrison Barnes, things like the 4th pick, but also 2023, 2024, 2025 first-round picks. Like, you have the ammunition to do something here, but if you're going to talk about playoffs, you have to actually do those things.
Right.
You got to walk the walk. You can't just sit here and talk the talk, and you can't just sit here and, like, what you guys, like someone says, like, I'm upset because they say things to Woj. No, if you're going to go talk to the bullhorn and have him put that out there everywhere, then you have to go do it. Like, you can't just have it one way. Like, this team, if this team is going to be a playoff team, they have to be so aggressive, and they've got to be on top of it, and they've got to hit again and again. Maybe they don't have to hit 4 times in a row, but they need to make massive moves early on the draft, massive moves day one of free agency, but then some really solid additions late in free agency that make sense. A Martin twin or something like that. There are a lot of things that they can do here to build this thing out the right way, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with everything you said in that aspect right there, James. It's time to make a move for now. Like I know we talked about it last week where they had the year where they went out and got Rondo and Bellinelli and all that other stuff, and that didn't really work. Those were free agent signings. You talk about when they went and got George Hill, Vince Carter, Zebo, all that other stuff. Those are free agent signings. In the draft, they continuously draft the players. Now, just because they've gotten it wrong for the most part over the last 15 years or so doesn't mean that you don't draft now. I'm not saying that. But they've never had a guy like DeMarcus Cousins, like De'Aaron Fox now with Sabonis, and said, you know what? We're going to use this draft pick to go and get you an impact player right now to help you out. And that's what I think they have the ability to do here at 4. Hopefully, like you talked about, if they can do that John Collins deal or something like that without using 4, that'd be great. That'd be great. But I just look at it and I feel like their best opportunity may be using that number 4 pick to go and getting you a starter and getting Fox and Sabonis, an established guy around them to help go after this thing. If you really gonna go after it, like you said, go after it for real.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, let's go back to was it 2015, 16 when they drafted Willie Cauley-Stein at what, number 6 or number 7?
7.
7. Okay, so what if you would have used that to go get yourself a legitimate NBA starter to go with the guys that you already had, the Rudy Gays, the DeMarcus Cousins, they had a decent squad. What if you would have used it then? What if instead of drafting Yorgos Papagiannis at number 13, you would have used the 9 pick that you had that draft that you traded and go out and do something more dramatic to go get a player? And I'm not saying do it every time. I'm not. And I get it. The Kings, in a perfect world, they wouldn't be up at the number 4 pick for a long time, right? But even the Golden State Warriors have found their way up high in the draft. I mean, you can actually make trades and get picks and do things that actually improve your roster outside of like losing 50-something games a year.
Mm-hmm.
So there are other ways to get up into the draft and do that stuff. So I just think, like, look, there's not a perfect solution here. If there was, like, we would just do like the 2K trades and just move guys all over the place. Like, this is going to be complex. It's not going to be easy, but you can't just dip a toe in and not go all the way in. Either you're going to be a team that's priming to get better in a couple of years, and that means you draft Ivy, or you're a team that wants to be better now. And I don't think that there's a middle there, because I just don't, like, again, Ivy's going to take 2 years before he starts to really be who he's going to be. And at that point, he could be something that doesn't make sense to your franchise at all, because you already have a player like him, and then you make moves then. So I get that. And I'm always an advocate of, like, choose the best player, but you don't have to choose the best player if there are other options out there, like moving around, moving down, moving sideways, like doing a bunch of different things, which I think is where this team really should be looking.
How do you move sideways in the draft?
Yeah,
I was just kidding.
Well, I would say this. Moving sideways to me is moving down one spot, picking up a really good player, and sort of cushioning the blow of what that number 1 player could be. So you're getting a really good player, and then you're drafting a player that probably isn't of the same, like, potential of the other player. But, again, if you walked out of the draft with either Jaden Ivey or Jeremy Grant and Keegan Murray, like, that to me is kind of sideways. Like, okay. Because I don't think that Ivy can be a lot of things, but is he going to be a John Morant? I don't think so. Is he going to be, Russell Westbrook?
Dwayne Wade?
I don't know. I don't think so. But I think he can be a really good player with some deficiencies. Like, he's not a perfect prospect by any means. And there's all kinds of problems on the defensive end that, people don't want to talk about. And there's all kinds of problems with, like, the mid-range game. And there's all kinds of problems with his passing ability. Like,
oh, okay. All right.
No, but there are a lot of things that have to get cleaned up, right? So.
This stuff bothers me. Willie Cauley-Stein was, in fact, taken 6th. In the
6th.
I thought it was
7th. It was taken 7th. James had that. Devin Booker was taken 13th. There's that. And there are other names that you can point to, but Devin Booker is the one who stands out the most. I couldn't get Kenny to commit on this, Hammer, so I'll see if I can get you to commit. This question comes from Chris on Facebook Live, like the ESPN 1320 page. What if Jaden Ivey isn't picked? What if Jaden Ivey is picked before number 4? So that means one of the traditional big 3 have fallen. What do you do there?
That means a lot of things. Number one, you're now all of a sudden, this is the reason why you don't trade the pick today, right? So the Kings haven't already made a trade because you want to wait and see who's there at the pick. So for some weird reason, Chet, Jabari, Paolo falls to number 3. It's pretty simple. You can still go the route of trading down, but now you're dealing with a different group of people that you're trading with, because a specific group of teams are in love with Jaden Ivey, right? But a team like, let's say, Detroit might not be in love with Paolo Banchero in the same way they were in love with Jaden Ivey. So now, like, the calculus changes. Paolo Banchero is a player that helps you a whole lot more in year 1 than any other player probably in this draft. Like, if I were a betting man, I'd say that Paolo Banchero is probably going to win the Rookie of the Year. He's probably the most NBA-ready player to step on the court, and boom, he's going to produce. Now, am I saying he's going to be the best player in this draft? I'm not saying that. But because I don't know if his ceiling is as high as some of the others, and I also don't know if his style of play equates to winning as much as some of the others. But I think it's an interesting question. That's why you don't trade until your number is called.
Yeah.
Another thing that I sit up here and I think about is this almost a Damian Barling moment here, where he just had he's walking the dog and he's like, "Come on, what are we doing? Just draft Jaden Ivey." What are we doing here? The streak needs to end. They need to make the playoffs next year. That should be what the goal is. It's cute and it's adorable. It's a good idea to say we're going to work through the draft and we're going to get this guy, this 19-year-old, and we're doing it the right way through the draft. Man, please, we're talking 21 years without being in the playoffs at that point. Like, hey, Monte McNair, Vivek Ranadive, you need to be doing everything you can to end this streak. I said what I said at the end of the season, and I don't feel any differently. That has to end. And I know our guy, Brendan Nunez, doesn't want us to make the playoffs in 1 year and then go back into the lottery. That's fine. I'll deal with that when I get to that. But what I don't want is to be in the lottery for the next 5 years. Like, what are we doing? Like, we need to be making the playoffs.
I need you to say this specifically. You're out on Paolo Banchero too.
If you're telling me the Kings can trade and get a better team to make the playoffs next year, that's absolutely do that.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to make sure that this was a still share moment. That's fine. Because that was your guy during the college basketball season. And now you're out.
Right
James, get here. It took 3 hours, but James, I finally got Kenny to commit to Paolo Banchero.
But if you
throw him right through the barbershop window.
If you can get Paolo and still make a trade for a veteran, then you still do that. Like I said, whatever it is, whether it's just even with Ivy, you don't trade for, and you're able to trade for John Collins. But make no bones about it. I say, and I don't have no problem with any mandate or anything else like that. The bottom line should be the streak needs to end next year. We ain't playing for 2-3 years down the road. Take care of business now.
I agree, and I'll even throw this into. Look, Jaden Ivey could be a very good basketball player, but there is always always someone who is not nearly as good as we think they're going to be. There, in every single draft, there's a Derek Williams. There is a Jabari Parker. There is Michael Beasley. There's like, these are like Dragan Bender taken in the top 4, right? There's
Michael Beasley was good. I think
Dion Waiters.
Other issue.
No, well, he did have some other issues, but he never made it.
Yeah.
But like Hashim Thabit, Wesley Johnson. Wasn't Wesley Johnson taking the pick ahead of DeMarcus Cousins?
Yeah.
Derek Favors. Like, what I'm saying is that just because we think we know what Ivy could be, like, we know who John Collins is. We know who Jeremy Grant is.
But do we know who Sacramento John Collins is? Do we know who Sacramento I feel like Jeremy Grant might be a little bit different.
But like a 24-year-old shouldn't regress massively by getting traded to a new team when he's got 4 more years left on his contract. I mean, there's a possibility, but I would rather bank on the possibility that he will at least be his average as an NBA player when he gets to Sacramento at 24 years old. I mean, there's always a possibility the guy busts. But again, my point is, like, we don't know what these guys are at all. Like, and if we compared this draft, you ask any of the long-term draft experts, they will tell you that this draft does not measure up, that tier 1 in this draft is tier 2 or tier 3 in most drafts. Like, we have to be realistic about what these guys are. They are prospects. And you are basically out there with a gold mining pan trying to find gold. And a lot of times you come up with a whole bunch of nothing. And it is what it is. So, like, again, if I can get someone, and I'm not saying do this every time. I'm saying in this situation, it might behoove you to be aggressive on the trade front, to move around, to do things differently, and see if you can come up with something, especially with the age arc of your 2 main pieces.
Get better, make the playoffs, man. Make the playoffs. Like we talking about coming full circle. I've come full circle to the end of the season. Like you can't be out there thinking it's okay to be not in the playoffs for 20 straight seasons. Like you can't sit there and think that, well, we take this guy and we're building it the right way. We're building it the right way. No, you're not. Okay, no, you're not. You're not building it the right way. You're just building it for laughs. You think agents don't want the player to come in here now when it's at 16? Think about when it's at 20, and you're on your 3rd general manager and another head coach, and you didn't ran Fox and Sabonis out of here. Get that stink off of you now, and I have no problem, 0 problem. If that is what's being said in the front office, we have no proof to say that that's what's being said. But if they did, people talk about that like that's such a bad thing. I agree with it 100%. Like, this team should be doing whatever they need to do with a 24-year-old De'Aaron Fox, 24, 25-year-old Sabonis to be making the playoffs next year. Absolutely.
5 years ago,
down the road for
5 years ago, De'Aaron Fox was the 5th pick in the draft. The 4th pick was Josh Jackson, who the Kings will not extend a qualifying offer to make him a restricted free agent. I don't even think that's possible. Like he's an unrestricted free agent this offseason. Like, you just don't know. You just don't know. And so I kind of am at the point where if you know what you're getting, and you know what's at stake, here in Sacramento, you know that your building's emptied out. You know, you got to get excitement in the building. You got to get people coming back in the doors. You got to try to win your fan base back over. I don't blame them for pushing for the playoffs. But again, my point today wasn't like to flame them. My point is that if you're going to do that, you go all in. This is not a halfway moment. You either dive in or you just do what most people would do in this situation and start building through the draft.
But you lose Fox and Sabonis in the process. That's the other part. You're going to lose those 2.
You lose them 2 years, you lose them 3 years, whatever it is, you lose them. That's the dynamic of the NBA. You only get to play so many years. You only get to keep players under contract for so many years. At some point, the team falls apart. At some point, you trade Doug Christie for Coutinho Mobley. You know, it's
we
harsh.
got the last laugh because we got Doug back. 4 more days of this. 3 more. We this. Well, I'm sure we're just going to pick up the conversation right where we left off. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe button. Subscribe to the D'Lo and Casey podcast wherever you get podcasts from. And we will see you here tomorrow at noon on ESPN 1320.
Mike Brown tomorrow at 1.
Good call. Not on the show, but his press conference will be here tomorrow.
If they were smart, he'd come on here at about 2:15.
I don't know how they haven't figured out. Part of their bad luck is being down south. Part of their bad luck. Like, fix it. Man.
Yeah.
That was fun. That was
fun.
Good stuff.
I love it.
Yeah, sorry if I was a flamethrower today. But
Be the flamethrower, bro.
What we do.
I'm just looking at it like if you look at their team, how many guys are like 10 through 15 on a regular NBA roster?
Oh, that's undeniable. I'm going to refrain from saying names, but
it's like Joe Budden, like when on their podcast, when they start talking about like controversial things, and he goes, "Oh, we podding today. We podding. We was podding today. That's what I'm talking about, Ham. We was podding today, baby."
Y'all hit the thumbs up because y'all have been in here strong all day.
Yeah.
Though the James Ham crowd really picked up, but if y'all could hit the thumbs up and the subscribe buttons, man, we know a lot of you are new. If you could hit the thumbs up, man, I promise we're a good show. You'll dig us if this is the first time you're hearing us. But yeah, hit the thumbs up. That's a big deal. And please subscribe. That's an even bigger deal.
Like and subscribe.
12
to
8 on Thursday, man. We'll be here with you for your draft day coverage.
12 to 8. Oof.
Yeah, buddy. It's a tradition. As Kenny said, it's a tradition unlike any other.
Nice.
We are doing marathon draft shows until this team is out of the lottery.
Yeah. Well, I will be at the presser tomorrow. Yes. The presser, just so everyone knows, all the prospect workouts, all the prospect interviews are over early tomorrow. I think I've been on like 16 of them already. Dyson Daniels, I'll make sure I ask Dyson Daniels why it is that he decided not to work out in Sacramento.
Why'd you flake on us, bro?
Well, I mean, like, how do you blame a dude when only Jeremy Sohan is the only one to come through? Like, he's the only one. Like, all these other teams, I'm confused.
Hey, James, how many media availability sessions have they had so far?
Thursday, Friday, and Monday. And then tomorrow's the last one. So it's supposed to be
5 players a piece or something like that?
I think a couple of them were 6. And then Abaji, I never got it. He wasn't on his. I don't know what happened there. So I waited, and then there was some overlap, and then I had to get to the next one. That's the one where I realized that I didn't get.
I asked that question because only one of those has been tweeted out by the Sacramento Kings. Watch this media availability here.
Jaden Ivey or Keegan?
Chet's the only one that they've said, "Oh, watch this media availability."
That's intriguing.
Hang on, let me go. Kenny Caraway.
I was on that today, like the Chet thing. Yeah, I mean, he talked about Sabonis a lot. Yeah, Chet would be a great fit with Sabonis. Whatever Sabonis doesn't do well, Chet does.
Oh, here's another thing. And I'm trying to look. Maybe they did this with a lot of people and I'm just missing it. I went on their Twitter or whatever. I'm trying to see how many of these little clips and interviews they have. And they tweeted out a clip from Shaedon Sharpe, a clip from Paolo. And now look at these second round guys. They have their media availability. Oh, Keegan's on here too.
There's still 500 people in here. Come on, people. Thumbs up.
Yeah. So Keegan and Shed.
It's over.
They have that. They've tweeted that out. And they tweeted out answers from Paolo and Shaedon. Nothing from Shaedon yet.
I mean, I think just the weirdness of it is most of these players are so far detached from whatever time they did talk to the Kings that they don't even remember talking to the Kings. Because again, like Ivy said, like, I haven't seen the Kings at all. And we know that Vivek and Monty, unless those were like imposters sitting there courtside, like we know that they were sitting there. Yeah, like, I mean, they were literally sitting courtside. And that, if I'm not mistaken, it was Jaden Ivey and AJ Green both had workouts at the same place. Ben Mathurin was down the street somewhere, and they had that workout. And again, he's like this. That's what I love about the draft and what I hate about the fact that we haven't been in the building. Like Mathurin starts talking about like, he had a brother that passed away. I think he was hit by he was in a bicycle accident or something. Like you just wanted to learn more about him and like follow some storylines and like kind of take more in from him. But those settings are so weird. And then on occasion you have some Yahoo that just works on the television side that thinks he gets to ask 4 questions when we're all like on a 15-minute running clock and their questions are long-winded and you're like,
wow, shot at Sean Cunningham. Bam, what a heel turn from.
I don't think Sean asked a single question. Sean didn't ask a single question. I don't think so. Yeah. Kings losing never breaks James. I'm always back. I'm always A-okay.
No, James cannot be broken.
Nope.
Professional.
I did have a new hat today. So.
Is it a Dodgers?
Oh, come on now.
Hey, I don't know. I don't know. Dad of the year over here bought his son a Dodgers hat. I was just asking.
Oh no.
It is sneaky though. Like it's got the LA on it, but it's
not the blue one. I'm not getting him the blue one.
I get why he wanted it. It's probably got some flavor to it.
Yeah, and he's LA. He's not saying he's a Dodgers fan. He's like, I'm from LA. All this other. Okay, whatever, kid.
Yeah, my youngest got back from his New York DC trip last night, his 8th grade trip, and brought me a New York Statue of Liberty hat.
Nice.
Yeah.
I bet he had a blast.
Oh, he had a blast. Yeah. Like it's just, those trips are nuts.
Cities, man.
Yeah, they just run around. I haven't been to DC. I've been to New York I think 4 times.
DC is awesome.
New York City.
Yeah, New York is my favorite city in the world.
Yeah, I love New York City.
Yeah. And I've been to quite a few cities in the world, and that one just like it every time. It doesn't disappoint. It has something for everything, for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kelly Green, Sacktown A's. I wish the A's were coming to Sacramento. I'd be all over that.
I really wish. I told you many times I'd be like Spike Lee when the Nets went to Brooklyn. You're a lifelong Knicks fan, but it's like, dang, I got to show some love. I'm not going to leave the Giants, but if the Kings came to Sacramento, I mean, come on now. I definitely have love for the A's.
I'd drive down and help them pack up and move. Let's do this.
It wouldn't take much.
No.
You don't have nothing there.
Probably not. We ain't keeping anything. Yeah. Well, I'm intrigued. I think that this is going to be a busy week, and I like that we're hearing reports of these different things. And again, they're clearly some media is putting out some things out there for individuals, whether it's in Sacramento or it's outside of Sacramento. But I think that there's a lot of movement that can happen here, and that's good because this team just flat out it's just not good enough.
Yeah.
I'm not telling you guys anything you don't really know, but yeah.
Well, we will be here to cover it all, man. It's still over 400 people, and shout out to Twitch as well, man. We appreciate Twitch jumping in here and riding with us. Become a subscriber over there. We appreciate. We really do appreciate the couple of people who donated money to the super chats. Again, I didn't realize I turned that feature on. You never, ever have to do that. We really appreciate it, but you don't have to do it. We'll come back tomorrow, and honest to God, it'll probably just be more of this.
Pretty much.
And fired up.
And I just want to let everybody know, no matter what you hear, ain't nothing changing tomorrow. Ain't nothing changing tomorrow. Tomorrow just gonna be Tuesday. Don't worry about it.
The sports scene in Sacramento is right here. We love y'all. We'll see y'all tomorrow.